我始终认为，中美之间的共同利益大于分歧。中美各自成功是彼此的机遇，中美关系稳定是世界的利好。双方合则两利，斗则俱伤，应当做伙伴而不是对手，相互成就，共同繁荣，走出一条新时代大国正确相处之道。我期待着同总统先生就事关两国和世界的重大问题交换意见，共同为中美关系这艘大船领好航、掌好舵，让2026年成为中美关系继往开来的历史性、标志性年份。我就先说这么多，请总统先生讲。
Well, President Xi, I want to thank you very much. First of all, that was an honor like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy. They were beautiful. The military is obvious. It couldn't be better, but those children were amazing, and they represent so much. And I know they represent so much to you. You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you, and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business. And it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And this was President Donald Trump's address in the Great Hall of the People, where he, of course, upholded and he commended the equation that he has with China and the grand ceremonial welcome that he received with jubilant children waving Chinese and Washington's flags. And, of course, a great emphasis was placed on the future of this partnership. And now to discuss more about the implications of this meeting, we have with us Bishop Garrison. He's a former senior advisor to the Secretary of Defense and current senior fellow and adjunct professor, National Security Institute at George Mason University Law School. Now, Mr. Garrison, thank you so much for making time with us. What we understand that this summit is unlike the last one where, the geopolitical context and the context in general was very different. But this time around, it is heavy with, a lot of tensions, be it the West Asia conflict, be it Taiwan, or even the AI technology race. Now, how do you, assess this change and this contrast that we're seeing pan out?
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having me here. Good morning. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a different tone and tenor to this overall conversation. Now we're talking about the potential of trades. When we're talking about tariffs, the president is using that lever yet again, looking at the current 10% tariffs we have right now with China. But at the same time, we're looking at the exports. We're looking at curbing some of the raw material restrictions or raw critical material restrictions, excuse me, that China has placed on a lot of its resources. And then we're just looking for additional opportunities potentially for China to support the United States in its handling of overall of the Iranian war right now. China could have a great deal of influence here, and it remains to be seen exactly how it may step in and what actions it may take.
Mhm. Of course, Mr. Garrison, and also there has been a lot of emphasis, right, Ripa, on the delegation that has accompanied President Donald Trump, and a lot of questions around where the United States' priorities lie and what is it indicating towards.
Yes, Diksha. Trump is actually traveling with a very high-profile leadership panel, and alongside, he's also traveling with Elon Musk, Jensen Huang, Tim Cook, and other corporate heavyweights, while publicly urging Xi to open up China to American industry. So how influential are corporate interests in this summit?
Well, again, that's going to be an interesting question that everyone's going to be looking for an answer to, simply because, look, at the end of the day, China is going to do what's in its own best interest, and it looks for opportunities to continue to dominate a lot of these industries. As you mentioned at the outset here, AI is something that China is continuously looking to leverage. They've really leaned in on robotics. They've leaned in on building their own algorithms, their own LLMs. They're leaning in now on building their own infrastructure in order to build out their own chipsets, their own AI chips that they're looking to do more with less, because over the years, and particularly previously from the Biden administration, there were a lot of curbs, a lot of sanctions involving, well, exactly how much we were willing to provide to China when it came to these AI chips, chipsets that companies like NVIDIA were making that were just absolutely top of the line in supporting the compute necessary to really power this AI revolution. And China has been doing all it can, again, with critical minerals and with its own infrastructure to build out its own supply chains and to continue to dominate this. So having these interactions with leading frontier AI companies, with leading space companies, when you talk about Elon Musk, we have to remember that he wears the hat for SpaceX as well, is going to be pivotal for China, but it also falls very well into their overall priorities and goals moving not only through the remainder of this decade, but for decades to come as they're building out their own power.
Right, those are some very interesting points there, Mr. Garrison, but I'm also interested to know how you're reading into the latest comments that we're hearing from Xi and Donald Trump, where Xi has, and his delegation, they have called for the two countries to be partners and not rivals, and this is a sentiment which we also heard being echoed by President Donald Trump. But at the same time, it's also important to note the contrast, because we understand that the Iran war is probably going to feature quite prominently, in these talks. And before leaving Washington, Donald Trump said that he might not be needing Xi's help to, stabilize ties, but we understand that Chinese cooperation in restoring stability is, it has become an important, if unstated, goal of this summit. How do you think that is going to pan out?
Well, look, I would make an argument that both countries need to find a more stable long-term paradigm when it comes to U.S.-China relations. The United States, particularly our farmers, our Midwest that have long relied on the sale of soybeans in order to help stabilize their finances. We've been curbing that with China. At the same time, they've been looking for opportunities to take back or at least have some greater controls on raw critical mineral sales. So there are already touch points like that exist. We could go deeper and talk about protection of U.S. Intellectual property from theft, or ensuring that certain technologies are not utilized or exploited, I should say, by China within their own operations as you look towards some concerns about privacy and their ability for nefarious actors and others to get into some of our systems. So there are a lot of balances to be struck here, and that's part one to this. Part two, you go in looking into Iran, and you really see that there needs to be some level of de-escalation. The president has said repeatedly he does not want to see a nuclear Iran. I don't think anyone really sees that besides Iran as a viable path forward. But it really is going to be a lot of reliance on our allies as well as potentially partners with China. And I know what is said in front of the cameras and what is said at these meetings, but there's going to be a lot of diplomacy that is going to happen and needs to happen behind the scenes in order for us to find that level of stability and long-standing ties. And it's going to be interesting to see how a lot of this plays out.
Mr. Garrison, we do know that considering the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, Trump is now under pressure because of the Iran war. He enters Beijing under pressure, while we also know that China remains heavily dependent on Iran's oil. So their focus is also on stability inside the Strait of Hormuz. How important is Iran during this agenda, during this meeting?
Well, incredibly, because unfortunately, even here within the last 48 hours, we've inadvertently given Iran even more power. Now that you have countries like Pakistan that are going through their own diplomatic channels and striking deals with Iran for a safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And you're going to potentially see more countries in the region do that, as well as we're hearing reports that, sorry, and I have a visitor here. We're hearing reports that of Saudi Arabia and UAE and some other countries potentially having kinetic activity with Iran as well, which is only likely to cause more friction and more issues. So we've got to find some type of balance on this moving forward. It's going to be pivotal, and it's going to take voices of world leaders to really bring this all to a head. At the same time, Iran now has a hold on some level of power that is likely not to give up very quickly. And the Strait of Hormuz is now producing actual revenue for Iran in a way it hasn't in previous times. So again, this is it's going to be very necessary to strike some type of new paradigm whenever these leaders are having these discussions, to think strategically about how we're going to move forward in de-escalating a lot of these tensions and finding some type of long-standing peace that's going to help everyone economically. Oil prices are continuing to skyrocket, and that is causing greater prices across the board on everything for not only Americans, but the geopolitical community.
Absolutely. And Mr. Garrison, we understand that President Trump is also walking a tightrope. And while we're at the topic of Iran, let's also address the elephant in the room, which could emerge to be Taiwan. And we understand how delicate the situation over there is. And even a slight change in wording, a tomato could also prove to be catastrophic. Now, do you think President Trump has enough on the line to operate with that level of precision?
I believe that he is surrounded by a lot of longtime diplomats and defense officials who very much understand the need for nuance and to really choose their words carefully in this particular instance, because, as you said, it could definitely be the difference between some type of potential catastrophe and continued stability within the region. So it's going to be paramount that they're thinking through exactly each of these steps. And so far, we haven't seen anything that looks like anyone is coloring outside of the line, so to speak. But they're going to have to continue to maintain this. And this isn't any of the individuals there. This is not their first rodeo. We understand that these power players are looking for opportunities to potentially exploit a language or a situation that's going to be most beneficial to their own interests and the interests of their countries, and you're going to see both of them continue to play this very closely. So I think the Americans are going to be in a very good position, but you still have to land the plane on this.
Mr. Garrison, as we talk about Taiwan, we know that bipartisan senators in Washington are urging Trump to affirm the support of U.S. towards Taiwan. And this also comes after mixed commitments and mixed signals from Washington towards Taipei. So what do you think will be Trump's stance towards Taiwan? And do you think the response from Beijing will be what he expected?
It's going to be really important to continue to ride a firm line of support within the type of language that China is used to hearing, accustomed to hearing for the United States, and not looking at Taiwan, particularly as at least in this conversation or context, as any type of political power in and of itself. That's a part one to this. But look, you're also going to have China looking potentially at other regional conflicts like the ongoing Ukrainian war, as well as now the conflict in Iran, pointing to it and trying to use it as some type of potential, trying to use both of them, excuse me, as some potential type of leverage in order to focus on and continue to move forward with its own interests. So I think you're going to see the United States continue, as not only President Trump, but other presidents before him have walked the tightrope, so to speak, with China on Taiwan and on a lot of these various issues, and continue kind of at least in this moment, it's important to keep on a status quo. We have so many different competing interests going on geopolitically right now that it behooves us to maintain at least sure footing on one of them in the short to medium term.
Right, and back home, Mr. Garrison, Trump has built much of his political messaging around being, tough on China. And we also understand that the kind of pressure that Trump is under, he would perhaps feel the need to project a diplomatic victory here this time around, given the inflation, the declining approval ratings, and of course the approaching midterms. How do you think that is going to sit with China at this moment? Because we understand that right now it is a tussle of who has the upper hand, who has the leverage at, this moment.
Xi Jinping, if nothing else, is definitely a long-standing, strong political figure in terms of understanding and reading a situation and knowing what is in his best interest to do in a particular moment when it comes to meeting with and speaking with a lot of various different type of global leaders. And I think for him, Donald Trump is going to be no different. We already saw here in the early goings and some of the footage that you folks played that they were both providing glowing remarks to one another and in front of the cameras as they're walking through, seeing the people, seeing the media, seeing the kids out celebrating them, that they're going to look for opportunities to really have a positive rapport with one another, because they both honestly need to get something out of these talks, and they both want to have a kind of a win-win situation, at least on some of these key issues moving forward. And the U.S. is going to want to continue to find ways to curb or at least slow the growing power of China when it comes to emerging technology and AI. At the same time, China is looking for opportunities to further develop its own supply chains beyond any type of U.S. control. So they're going to continue to kind of play this hand back and forth of being somewhat of frenemies in front of the camera and letting diplomats behind the scenes work out a lot of the black letter law and trade and deals within all of this.
Indeed, Mr. Garrison, it will be interesting to see how the summit, how the meet between the two countries will eventually pan out during Trump's tightly packed 36-hour visit. Thank you for joining us here at WION World is One.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and moving on, Russia launched a massive drone attack on Ukraine, firing at least 800 drones across 20 regions of the country.
This comes as the Kremlin demanded Ukraine to cede territories claimed by Russia, which, according to Moscow, would open a corridor toward peace talks. Ukrainian authorities claim that Russia is deploying Shahid drone in a tactic aimed at overwhelming the country's air defenses. Reports suggest that a large air attack is currently underway in Kyiv, while drones targeted the cities of Lviv and Odessa as well. Visuals that you see on your screen right now show firefighters extinguishing multiple blazes in buildings and conduct rescue operations in the city of Odessa.
Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that at least 6 people have been killed and dozens of others, including children, have been injured. The Ukrainian president has also warned of possible cruise and ballistic missile attacks by Russia following the drone barrage.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's military intelligence agency, HUR, said Russian drones mainly targeted critical infrastructure and life support facilities in major cities, including energy facilities, defense industry enterprises, and government buildings. It also claimed that Russia is attempting to pressure Ukraine after rejecting multiple ceasefire proposals.
Ukraine's defense ministry advisor said that Russian forces launched Shahed drones in dense formation near the Belarus border, with some flying at a distance of 5 to 10 kilometers. And he also added that Russia is trying to overload Ukraine's air defenses in a bid to strike higher number of targets deep inside the country.
Now, in the midst of these attacks, Kremlin has said that Ukraine must withdraw its forces from Donbas and other territories claimed by Russia. This, it said, would open a window toward meaningful peace negotiations. Kremlin spokesperson said that the war could be stopped at any moment if Kyiv accepted Moscow's demands.
Furthermore, Kremlin said that regional governors of Belgorod and Bryansk, Vyacheslav Gladkov and Alexander Bogomaz, have resigned at their own request. It also added that Alexander Shvavev has been appointed as acting governor of the Belgorod region, while Yegor Kovalchuk has been named as the acting governor of Bryansk. Kremlin further said that the Russian President Vladimir Putin met both the acting governors.
Both Belgorod and Bryansk border the Ukraine regions and have been under frequent attacks by the Ukrainian forces.
We have some breaking news coming in. India has banned sugar exports with immediate effect till September 2026 in a move which is aimed at cooling domestic prices and protecting local supplies.
Now, the government says sugar production may fall short of consumption for a second straight year due to weak cane yields and fears of an El Nino hit monsoon. India had earlier allowed exports of 1.59 million tons, but only shipments already in the pipeline will now be cleared.
Well, global sugar prices surged after the announcement, with raw sugar futures jumping over 2% and white sugar prices rising 3%.
Now, foreign ministers of BRICS nations have begun arriving in New Delhi for the BRICS foreign ministers meeting.
And the two-day summit will begin at New Delhi's Bharat Mandapam today. The expanded grouping is expected to discuss escalating tensions in West Asia and their impact on global energy security. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi reached New Delhi on Wednesday. Araghchi arrived on a plane with Minab 168 written on it. The message is symbolic of a US-Israeli airstrike on an Iranian elementary school, which killed 168 people, most of them children.
Araghchi was welcomed by Iranian ambassador to India and a representative of Iran's supreme leader, along with other Indian diplomats. Araghchi's visit is his first to India since the latest round of hostilities. The shadow of the war in West Asia will loom large over the meeting.
Well, shortly after arriving in New Delhi, Iran's Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister Qasim Garibabadi said that Tehran hopes BRICS will reject the use of military aggression against any of its members. Garibabadi also said that he hopes the issue will reflect in the group's final statement. Listen to this.
And this issue show itself in the final statement from BRICS, that countries who are members of BRICS reject any use of military aggression against any members of BRICS, and emphasize the importance of national sovereignty and territorial integrity for members.
Now, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is also in New Delhi. Ahead of the meeting, Lavrov met his Indian counterpart S. Jaishankar for a bilateral conversation. Both leaders hailed India and Russia's enduring ties. In his opening remarks, Lavrov said that BRICS alliance will meet its set goal of trade worth $100 billion.
Is almost $60 billion, if we count in dollars, of course. And the goal, which the leaders set for 2030, is 100 billion. And I have no doubt that this goal would be achieved.
Now, a slew of bilateral and multilateral engagements are scheduled for today. Attending foreign ministers and heads of delegations will make a joint call on Prime Minister Narendra Modi at Seva Teerth, followed by a formal dinner hosted by Dr. S. Jaishankar.
Now, the BRICS meeting, which is being hosted by India as the current BRICS chair, comes at a crucial moment. The ceasefire between Iran and the US remains precarious, with frequent accusations of violations in the Strait of Hormuz. The war of blockades in the critical waterway has triggered a global energy crisis, especially for India, which depends heavily on imports from the Gulf.
Well, that's all we had for you in this edition of World DNA. But don't go anywhere. More news and updates will follow on the other side. You're watching Beyond World is One. Stay tuned.
Two superpowers, two dealmakers. Trump and Xi face to face. From trade wars to Tehran, tech wars to Taiwan. Live reports from the ground. Expert analysis from across the world.
So even over in that delegation.
Who has the cards? On the high stakes, high risk meet. Trump-Xi meeting. Special coverage. Only on WION.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. Beyond World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
In the
in-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One. Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime is your front row seat to darkness. From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Thanks for staying with us. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Adya Juneja, and we are tracking the high-stakes Trump-Xi summit in Beijing, where trade, Taiwan and artificial intelligence, with escalating conflict in West Asia, are all expected to dominate the agenda today. But first, a quick check at the headlines. US President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping meet for high-stakes talks in Beijing after the Chinese president welcomes a visiting US counterpart with a handshake and grand reception at Great Hall of the People. Donald Trump tells Xi Jinping during their meeting that the two countries would have a fantastic future together, calls it an honor to meet the Chinese president, and expresses optimism that US-China ties would improve further. Xi Jinping tells Donald Trump during talks that US and China should be partners and not rivals. Says the stable US-China relationship benefits the world and welcomes Trump's visit, saying the world reaches a new crossroad.
Look, I think that we are making progress. The fundamental question is, do we make enough progress that we satisfy the president's red line?
US Vice President J.D. Vance says Washington is making progress in talks with Iran, but stresses that President Trump's red line remains preventing Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. Foreign ministers from BRICS nations arrive in New Delhi for two-day summit where they are expected to discuss escalating tensions in West Asia and their impact on global energy security. Israel's ruling coalition led by Netanyahu's Likud party proposes dissolving parliament to allow early elections within 90 days amid growing pressure from ultra-Orthodox allies and a potential coalition collapse. Kiev mayor says the Ukrainian capital comes under heavy Russian aerial attack with UAVs and ballistic missiles hitting the city. Explosions heard and air defenses activated. A day after Russian drone strikes killed 6 in western Ukraine. Philippines Interior Minister vows probe into Senate gunfire amid tensions over expected arrest of Senator Ronald De La Rosa, wanted by ICC. Chaos broke out after shots were heard, prompting evacuations as armed personnel entered the building. Kevin Walsh was confirmed as Fed chair in a narrow Senate vote on Wednesday, succeeding Jerome Powell amid political pressure to cut rates. His appointment comes as inflation remains elevated, complicating policy decisions and raising uncertainty over future direction. US President Donald Trump is in Beijing for a high-stakes two-day visit, and talks with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping are currently underway. A range of thorny issues including Tehran, Taiwan and trade are on agenda. Trump met Xi Jinping as China hosted a military reception for the US President at Great Hall of the People. The two leaders shook hands after Trump arrived in a motorcade to the steps. Trump alongside Xi inspected military honor guards and received a 21-gun salute. At the start of the meeting, Xi told Trump the two countries should be partners and not rivals, as he expressed happiness to receive Trump for the US leader's first trip to China since 2017. He noted that the world has arrived at a new crossroads. While Trump, for his part, said that the two superpowers would have a fantastic future together. So what may be happening behind the closed doors? Well, the Iran war in particular is to come up in US President's talks with Chinese counterpart. Trump on Tuesday said he expected a long talk with Xi about Iran, which sells most of its US-sanctioned oil to China, but insisted that he doesn't think US needs any help with Iran from Beijing. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is accompanying Donald Trump on the China visit, however, told Fox News that Washington wants China to play a more active role in pressuring Iran over escalating tensions in the Persian Gulf. Highlighting the impact on Chinese interests, Rubio said several Chinese-linked ships remain stranded in the Strait of Hormuz, while one vessel was reportedly hit over the weekend. Well, he added that it was in China's own interest to help de-escalate the crisis. Taiwan, another issue that has strained ties, is expected to come up for discussion. Well, Trump said he would speak to Xi about US arms sales to the self-governing democracy claimed by China. That would be a departure from historic US insistence that it would not consult Beijing on its support for the island, and one which will be closely watched by Taipei and US allies in the region. However, China has already reiterated its strong opposition to the arms sale. And for more on this, TVBS world correspondent Dmitry Buria has sent us this report from Taipei. Listen into what he has to say.
President Trump is in Beijing right now, undertaking what the White House calls a landmark summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Trade, the Iran War, and AI top the agenda, but Taiwan is the wild card. Former U.S. Ambassador Nicholas Burns warned on X that Taiwan could upend the cocks. He urged Trump to stick to 50 years of American policy, keep selling arms to Taiwan, and don't weaken its government, he says. The ruling DPP government says the U.S. has reassured them publicly and privately that American policy hasn't changed, but Trump's comments before departure saying he would discuss Taiwan arms sales with Xi broke a 40-year norm. The opposition TMT sees things differently. Party chair Cheng Li-wen told government media that if Trump reaffirms One China and opposes Taiwan independence, that's completely in line with her party's position. Both sides say they want stability, not breakthroughs, but with Taiwan on the agenda, even small shifts in language could have big consequences. This is Dimitri Buyas in Taipei for TVBS World Taiwan.
And for more on this, our correspondent Susan Tehrani is now joining us live from New York. Well, Susan, we just saw, how Trump and Xi was the arrival at the Great Hall of the People for the formal welcome ceremony. So after that, what are we expecting from the talks today?
So after that ceremony, we did hear opening remarks from Xi Jinping and President Trump. And it's very fascinating to see in those opening remarks where things stand, at least in the minds of both leaders. Xi Jinping talked about how 2026 could be really a year of cooperation between the two sides, and really talking about how expectations should be managed and how the two sides can really work together. He acknowledged that it's not only the two countries, but the world is watching. I thought it was fascinating that Xi Jinping brought up the term, the Thucydides trap, which was popularized by Harvard professor Graham Allison, which allegedly essentially says that emerging powers and established powers risk falling into a trap if expectations aren't managed and strategic tensions aren't managed, and they'll fall into the trap of conflict. Xi brought that up, and of course welcoming President Trump and his delegation. And then President Trump in his opening statements took those few minutes, that opportunity, to talk about the most important thing on his mind, which is the issue of trade, saying that he has brought the creme of the crop, if you may, the best of tech executives along with his delegation to China, really hoping to establish better trade relations and more fair trade relations between the two sides. So on the one hand, you have Xi, on the other hand, you have President Trump, both really having expectations going into this meeting. None of them publicly talked about Iran or tensions over Taiwan, but they both said that this is a very different world that they're witnessing and sitting at the same table than they did back in 2017.
Right, and Susan, can you get us more details on the expected timeline for the joint statement or the president? What breakthroughs are we actually predicting after this?
You know, it's interesting. We don't know whether or not there's going to be a joint statement. I think the next time we are going to hear from President Trump, we didn't hear from him on Air Force One en route. It might be through a social media post, as he often does after bilateral meetings or high-level meetings like this, or perhaps he may have an opportunity to talk to the press. He does have a number of interviews lined up with Fox News. He's going to be talking to them tomorrow night, Thursday, and of course on Friday as well. We'll get a better understanding on how this bilateral meeting went. Of course, on the Chinese side, we'll see if they'll put anything out. But, you know, there even, a thought of a sort of press conference between the two sides at the end of this meeting, or sort of some kind of a joint statement. That's nothing that we've heard of as of yet. We'll see whether or not something like that will come out, or whether or not, you know, each delegation is going to put out something on their own. But of course, we're going to be seeing a lot of President Trump and Xi Jinping, a lot of the optics of, you know, not only the warm welcome that we saw, but perhaps other venues as well. They have a state dinner in a few hours from now, and of course, lined up a number of events for Friday as well.
Right, and we just heard like President Donald Trump has hailed fantastic relationship with Xi Jinping and China, and he's told Xi that he was looking forward to the discussions and that everyone in the US was talking about their summit. And it's the same way where Xi says China and the US common interest outweigh differences, but we'll have to wait and see what exactly are we getting out of the talks. But thank you so much, Susan, for joining us and getting us all the updates. Moving on now, the United Arab Emirates has denied reports that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu secretly visited the country and held talks with its president. Well, the denial comes after Netanyahu's office claimed the Israeli leader traveled to the UAE at the height of the war with Iran. Adding to the intrigue, Iran says it already knew about the alleged visit. Netanyahu's office said on Wednesday that he made a secret trip to the UAE during the conflict, where he met President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. It described the meeting as a historic breakthrough in ties between the two countries. Well, the announcement came just a day after US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, revealed that Israel had deployed Iron Dome air defense systems along with personnel to operate them to the UAE during the war with Iran. Well, the UAE pushed back within hours. In a statement, the Foreign Ministry said the United Arab Emirates denies reports circulating regarding an alleged visit by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the UAE or the presence of any Israeli military delegation in the country. According to a source familiar with the matter, Netanyahu and Sheikh Mohammed met in Al Ain, an oasis city near the Oman border, on March 26th. Well, the source also claimed Mossad chief David Barney made at least 2 visits to the UAE during the conflict. Iran, for its part, claims it was already aware of the visit. In a social media post, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Netanyahu had merely confirmed what Iran's intelligence services had long conveyed to the country's leadership. Well, Araghchi also issued a warning to the UAE, saying those colluding with Israel to sow division will be held accountable. Iran has targeted the UAE more than any other country during the conflict, which erupted following US-Israeli strikes at the end of February. Despite a ceasefire taking effect last month, the UAE says it has continued to face missile and drone attacks launched by Iran. Well, the oil-rich Emiratis remain one of Washington's closest allies in the region. It also formalized ties with Israel under the Abraham Accords signed during President Donald Trump's first term in the year 2020. Moving on now, Russia launched a massive drone attack on Ukraine, firing at least 800 drones across 20 regions of the country. This comes as Kremlin demanded Ukraine to cede territories claimed by Russia, which according to Moscow would open a corridor towards peace talks. Ukrainian authorities claim that Russia is deploying a Shahid drone in a tactic aimed at overwhelming the country's air defenses. Well, reports suggest that a large air attack is currently underway in Kiev, while drone targeted the cities of Lviv and Odessa as well. Visuals that you see on your screen right now show firefighters extinguishing multiple blazes in buildings and conduct rescue operations in the city of Odessa. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that at least 6 people have been killed and dozens of others, including children, have been injured. The Ukrainian president has also warned of possible cruise and ballistic missile attacks by Russia following the drone barrage. Meanwhile, Ukraine's military intelligence agency HUR said Russian drones mainly targeted critical infrastructure and life support facilities in major cities, including energy facilities, defense industry enterprises and government buildings. It also claimed that Russia is attempting to pressure Ukraine after rejecting multiple ceasefire proposals. Ukraine's defense ministry advisor said that Russian forces launched Shahid drones in dense formations near the Belarus border, with some flying at a distance of 5 to 10 kilometers. Well, he also added that Russia is trying to overload Ukraine's air defenses in a bid to strike higher number of targets deep inside the country. In the midst of these attacks, Kremlin has said that Ukraine must withdraw its forces from Donbass and other territories claimed by Russia. This, it said, would open a window towards meaningful peace negotiations. Kremlin spokesperson said that the war could be stopped at any moment if Kiev accepted Moscow's demands. Furthermore, Kremlin said that regional governors of Belgorod and a lot of other people have resigned at their own request, and it also added that Alexander Shuvev has been appointed as acting governor of the Belgorod region, while Igor Kovalchuk has been named as the acting governor of Bryansk. Kremlin further said that Russian President Vladimir Putin met both the acting governors. Both Belgorod and Bryansk border the Russian regions and have been under frequent attacks by the Ukrainian forces. Foreign ministers of BRICS nations have begun arriving in New Delhi for the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. Well, the 2-day summit will begin at New Delhi's Bharat Mandapam today. The expanded grouping is expected to discuss escalating tensions in West Asia and their impact on global energy security. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi reached New Delhi on Wednesday. Araghchi arrived on a plane with Minab 168 written on it. The message is symbolic of a US-Israeli airstrike on Iranian elementary school, which killed 168 people, most of them were children. Araghchi was welcomed by Iranian ambassador to India and a representative of Iran's supreme leader, along with other Indian diplomats. Araghchi's visit is his first to India since the latest round of hostilities. The shadow of the war in West Asia will loom large over the meeting. And shortly after arriving in New Delhi, Iran's Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister Kazem Garibabadi said Tehran hopes BRICS will reject the use of military aggression against any of its members. Well, he also said that he hoped the issue will reflect in the group's final statement. Listen in.
And this issue show itself in the final statement from BRICS, that countries who are members of BRICS reject any use of military aggression against any members of BRICS, and emphasize the importance of national sovereignty and territorial integrity for members.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is also in New Delhi. Ahead of the meeting, Lavrov met his Indian counterpart S. Jaishankar for a bilateral conversation. Both leaders hailed India and Russia as enduring ties. In his opening remarks, Lavrov said that BRICS alliance will meet its set goal of trade worth $100 billion.
Trade is almost $60 billion, if we count in dollars, of course. And the goal, which the leaders set for 2030, is 100 billion. And I have no doubt that this goal would be achieved.
A slew of bilateral and multilateral engagements are scheduled for today. Attending foreign ministers and heads of delegation will make a joint call on Prime Minister Narendra Modi at Seva Tirth, following by a formal dinner which is hosted by S. Jaishankar. The BRICS meeting, which is being hosted by India as the current BRICS chair, comes at a crucial moment. The ceasefire between Iran and the US remains precarious, with frequent accusations of violations in the Strait of Hormuz. The war of blockades in the critical waterway has triggered a global energy crisis, especially for India, which depends heavily on imports from the Gulf. Well, the wait for Kerala's chief minister is expected to end soon. The suspense may finally be resolved today, more than a week after the assembly elections results that were announced. According to Congress General Secretary The party has completed its internal deliberations and the name of the next chief minister will be announced shortly.
Authorized by the members of the CNP in Kerala, the High Command of the Congress has completed all discussions and the decision on who the next Chief Minister of Kerala will be announced tomorrow.
This decision comes after a period of intense consultations within the party. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi held a series of meetings on Tuesday at his mother Sonia Gandhi's residence in New Delhi. He met several Kerala's Congress presidents to take their views. But the discussions focused on understanding the ground situation in the state and who is the best fit for the job. Within the Congress, 3 major contenders are in the race for the top spot. One of them is All India Congress Committee General Secretary K.C. Venugopal. During discussions with those consulted, 7 leaders are reported to have expressed support for K.C. Venugopal for the leadership role. Then there is Kerala's former opposition leader in the State Assembly, V.D. Satheesan, and his predecessor as LOP in the state, Ramesh Chennithala. Well, these 3 are considered the frontrunners for the Chief Minister's post. The UDF won 102 out of Kerala's 140 seats in the recent election. The Congress ended up as the single largest party with 63 seats in the State Assembly. While all other states and the Union Territory of Puducherry that went to polls at the same time have already appointed their new chief ministers, Kerala remains the only one still awaiting its decision, even nearly 10 days after the results were declared. Well, that is it in this edition. News and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime Crime is your front row seat to darkness. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is One.
Vielleicht nur als Impulsant.
Hello and welcome. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Kripa and we get you the latest from the meet in China where US President Donald Trump and the delegation has reached and are walking forwards towards a potential conclusion regarding trade, Taiwan and other issues like technology. We'll start with the headlines. Donald Trump and Xi Jinping meet for high-stakes talks in Beijing after the Chinese president welcomes visiting US counterpart with a handshake and grand reception at Great Hall of the People. Donald Trump tells Xi Jinping during their meeting that the two countries would have a fantastic future together, calls it an honor to meet the Chinese president and expresses optimism that US-China ties would improve further. Xi Jinping tells Donald Trump during talks that US and China should be partners and not rivals, says a stable US-China relationship benefits the world and welcomes Trump's visit, saying the world reaches a new crossroads. Ship tracking data shows a Chinese supertanker carrying 2 million barrels of Iraqi crude sailed through Strait of Hormuz after being stranded in the Gulf for more than 2 months due to the US-Iran war.
Look, I think that we are making progress. The fundamental question is, do we make enough progress that we satisfy the president's red line?
U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance says Washington is making progress in talks with Iran, but stresses that President Trump's red line remains preventing Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. Foreign ministers from BRICS nations arrived in New Delhi for a two-day summit where they are expected to discuss escalating tensions in West Asia and their impact on global energy security. Lebanon and Israel are set to resume peace talks in Washington on Thursday as their ceasefire extended in April by President Trump nears its end amid hundreds of deaths in Israeli strikes. U.S. Army recovers the body of the second soldier who went missing during the African Lion 2026 military exercises in Morocco after the pair disappeared near a cliff on the Atlantic coast. India bans export of sugar until September 30th to safeguard domestic supply and curb rising prices. The policy shifts exports to prohibited status amid lower output forecasts and mounting inflation concerns in the domestic market. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump is in Beijing for a high-stakes two-day visit, and talks with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping are currently underway. A range of thorny issues, including Tehran, Taiwan, and trade, are on agenda. Trump met Xi as China hosted a military reception for the U.S. president at Great Hall of the People. The two leaders shook hands after Trump arrived in a motorcade to the steps. Trump, alongside Xi, inspected military honor guards and received a 21-gun salute. At the start of the meeting, Xi expressed happiness to receive Trump for the U.S. leader's first trip to China since 2017.
Have always believed that the shared interests between China and the United States outweigh our differences, that the success of each nation represents an opportunity for the other, and that a stable China-US relationship is a boon for the world. Cooperation benefits both sides, while confrontation harms both. We should be partners, not rivals, helping each other succeed and prosper together, thereby forging a new path for the proper way for major powers to interact in this new era.
To say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before.
We are joined live on the broadcast by Professor Simon Lee, adjunct faculty of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. WION correspondent Susan Tehrani also joins us from New York. I'd like to start with Professor. Trump has said he would like to discuss Taiwan arms sales and also the case of jailed Hong Kong tycoon Jimmy Lai with Xi. What are your thoughts on this, especially as you join us from the region?
Now, there are many topics to be discussed. Last year, I remember that both leaders met in South Korea and the meeting lasted for 1 hour, 40 minutes. Now, the meeting is still ongoing. If the meeting lasts for, say, 2 to 3 hours, then many topics can be covered. But I think the most important is on the economic side, the Strait of Hormuz, rare earth, and then the trips. So lots of such urgent issue because the Iran war put United States into a little bit trouble. Inflation rise and then the interest rate likely rise if it's moved in that direction, and it is disadvantage to U.S. economy. Yeah, we know that the interim election is not far away. So maybe if there is enough time, then the Jimmy Lai, Taiwan's are one of the major topics included. But then the most important is still on the economic side.
Indeed, Professor Simon, the economic side looks like the top topic at the moment. I'd like to go to our correspondent, Susan. We know that historically, U.S.-China relationship evolved from Cold War containment to even Nixon-era rapprochement and decades of economic engagement. Which phase of U.S.-China relations do you think we are in right now, especially from Washington's perspective?
Washington wants to really focus on trade, as Professor mentioned, and that is President Trump's main goal right now going into this meeting. And they hope that they could sort of balance out this surplus that China has regarding trade and imports into the United States and manage that. This is really an era of managing competition. And I thought it was very interesting that Xi Jinping in his opening remarks said that are we going to risk falling into the Thucydides trap, a term that is popularized by Harvard professor Graham Allison, who basically the theory is that when an established power and an emerging power don't manage strategic tensions, then unwillingly they may fall into a trap of conflict. And I think that really explains it very well. And that's where neither side want to be. They are hoping that, while they do manage the expectations, they're hoping that they're not going to fall into an all-out conflict on the one hand. And on the other hand, this trade war can be managed where they continue to be competitors, but not rivals. I mean, that's the expectation. That's what we got from the opening remarks. Now, how much of that can really be achieved is really up for debate, because there are a lot of areas that they can cooperate on. But even ideologically, these are countries that are very, very different, and they view the world and how the world should be managed very differently, let alone their own countries.
Right, Susan, the topics that they are covering, it is diverse and the range is quite huge. I'd like to come to Professor Simon. We know that Trump's current approach increasingly folds tariffs, Taiwan, technology controls, even rare earths and geopolitical crisis into a single negotiating framework. So with Xi Jinping being in the table as well, how blurred have these negotiating lines become, and what could be the repercussions on global geopolitics as a whole?
We can put anything. Trump and President Xi can put anything onto the table, but there should be priorities. And USA is a big seller, China is a big buyer. So I think it's the most important is still on the economic side. And then provided that all are in harmony, as what Susan said, there must be an equilibrium point. As long as the equilibrium point can be reached, such as the current status quo, still maintain good relationship with Taiwan and China, and then maybe there may be some sales of weapon, and then there will be some relaxation on the tariff. As long as the current situation is in progress, is in shape, then it should be quite okay to both sides.
Right, Professor, we also know that foreign policy analysts, from what we've read, increasingly they argue that Beijing is using the appearance of diplomatic warmth with Washington to weaken confidence among U.S. allies in Asia. Because this kind of optics in global diplomacy, is it plausible?
Apparently it is true, but to the very extreme situation, then I think USA is able to call back all the alliance because they have established long relationship. And also on the economic side, I mean, for example, rare earth. Now the Asian alliance, and the United States as well, they are finding some sorts of alternatives. And as long as those countries, they have alternatives, then it's not easy to break the ties between USA and the Asian alliance.
I'd like to go across to Susan now. Susan, American officials continue to warn about China's access to advanced U.S. technology, while Beijing increasingly uses its dominance over rare earth minerals as strategic leverage. So how central is technology to this confrontation, especially from the U.S. side?
It's very, very crucial, especially with the rise of AI. Both countries know how important that is. On the one hand, as you mentioned, China has this dominance on certain rare earth minerals that the United States really needs to advance its technologies. On the other hand, the U.S. has posed massive restrictions on semiconductor for China. And then, again, it just goes back to the issue of trade. You just can't underestimate how important that is for the United States to try to balance this trade out. But it's also important for China as well right now with everything that's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Its energy supplies is in jeopardy right now. China has trade relations with many countries, and its economy is really an export economy. So once again, it goes back to that, and the technological aspects can't be undermined.
Right, Susan. I'd like to go across to Professor Simon. Again, we would like to touch upon Trump returning to a far more assertive China than the one that he visited in 2017, be it militarily or economically or diplomatically, even with Beijing increasingly even projecting itself as a stable global counterweight to Washington. So how different is the power equation today?
Now, China is much stronger than before, but if we look at market force, if we look at company with top market values, most are U.S. company, but China is a big economy. And as I just mentioned earlier, USA is a big seller. The seller needs buyer, buyer needs seller, quality products. So I think they can coexist. They can both compete with each other. They can both compete with each other in harmony.
Thank you, Professor Simon, for joining us here at the broadcast and for your insights. Susan, thank you for getting us the latest from New York. Moving on, Israel might be heading to early elections. Israel's ruling coalition has submitted a proposal to dissolve parliament to pave the way for early elections. The move, initiated by Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party, came as the prime minister appears to be facing a possible collapse of his fractious coalition. According to Israeli media reports, the bill could be put to a vote next week, and it is widely expected to pass. The bill did not specify an election date, but if lawmakers vote to dissolve the Knesset, elections must be held after 90 days and within 5 months, which would mean the election could happen from third week of August to late October. The election is currently scheduled for October 27. Netanyahu has come under mounting attack from ultra-Orthodox parties. They accuse Netanyahu of failing to deliver on his promise to pass a legislation that would permanently exempt young men from their community from compulsory military service. Sensing an opportunity amid the turmoil, several opposition parties announced that they intended to introduce their own bill to dissolve the Knesset. But the party's announcement appears to have preempted the move, allowing Netanyahu to seize control of the electoral timetable. Israel's main opposition leader, Yair Lapid, was swift to respond. He wrote on X, "We are ready together," referring to his new alliance that was formed with former Premier Naftali Bennett. Last month, Lapid and Bennett announced that they would fight the upcoming election on a joint list. Netanyahu has governed Israel longer than any other prime minister, more than 18 years in total since 1996. He is again seeking another term despite facing a long-running corruption trial. A political poll by Israel's public broadcaster published on Tuesday put the party in first place in voting intentions with a narrow lead over the opposition alliance. According to the poll, the party would win 26 seats out of 120 in the Knesset, down from 32 in the outgoing parliament, while Be'ahad coalition would secure 25. However, neither bloc appears capable of forming a government given the fragmented electorate. We continue with Israel as the country continues to hammer Lebanon with strikes. According to Lebanon's health ministry, 22 people, including 8 children, have been killed as several Israeli raids hit south of Beirut. The state-run national news agency said Israeli airstrikes had pounded around 40 locations in Lebanon's south and east. The fresh raids came on the eve of a new round of direct negotiations between Lebanon and Israel in Washington, which was brokered by the U.S. This even as Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah remained strongly opposed to the move. This week, Beirut asked Washington to pressure Israel to halt its strikes ahead of the talks. According to reports, since U.S. President Donald Trump announced that the leaders of Israel and Lebanon had agreed to a ceasefire, Israeli strikes have killed more than 400 people in Lebanon. The head of Lebanon's National Council for Scientific Research said more than 10,000 homes have been damaged or destroyed since the truce began. On Tuesday, Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem warned that his fighters would turn the battlefield into hell for Israel. The Iran-backed group claimed several attacks on Israeli troops in southern Lebanon, including with drones. It said its fighters had ambushed and clashed with Israeli forces in one area. In addition to launching heavy airstrikes, Israeli soldiers are operating inside an Israeli-declared yellow line, which runs around 10 kilometers north of the Israel-Lebanon border, carrying out broad demolition operations there.
White smoke was. Yeah, can you see us?
Shifting our focus to the Philippines now, gunshots broke out at the Senate on Wednesday as law enforcement officers entered the building to arrest a senator. Senator Ronald De La Rosa is wanted by the International Criminal Court for alleged crimes during country's war on drugs. People were told to run for cover after a volley of gunshots were heard as chaos mounted in the Senate compound. It is unclear who fired the shots. There were no reports of casualties. Reports suggested that more than 10 military personnel in camouflage fatigues had earlier arrived at the Senate building, but country's interior minister stressed that police were there to protect De La Rosa, not to arrest him.
Has given strict instructions: secure the senators, whoever they may be. Next, we are not here to arrest Senator De La Rosa. In fact, we are here to protect him. Let that be clear. They made that very clear to his family. I repeat, we do not know who is behind this, but we will find them.
na tigalabas.
President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. called for calm, insisting his government had no involvement in the incident and did not know who was responsible.
We are no longer members of the ICC.
Why are we insisting to carry out this, to implement this warrants of arrest issued by ICC? We are not under no obligation to carry out such a warrant of arrest.
It is clear it is all politics.
De La Rosa has been under the protective custody of the Senate since law enforcement agents entered the building on Monday, when a dramatic chase took place between him and the enforcement officers. De La Rosa argues that ICC has no jurisdiction in the Philippines. Well, De La Rosa is accused of the crime against humanity, along with former President Rodrigo Duterte, during the so-called war on drugs between 2016 to 2018. Duterte was arrested in March last year. He is detained in The Hague, where he awaits trial. Now let's look at the top stories making headlines across India. A powerful storm triggering heavy rains and strong winds across multiple districts of Uttar Pradesh killed at least 52 people. The storm uprooted trees, damaged houses, disrupted traffic movement and affected electricity and communication networks in several areas. Authorities said that at least 16 people have been killed after a severe dust storm in Prayagraj. Furthermore, the storm caused extensive damage in Handia, Sorau, Fulpur and Meja. The Karnataka government revoked a 2022 order that enforced uniforms and barred hijabs in schools and colleges. In a statement, the state's Department of School Education and Literacy stated that it allows students to wear hijab, turban, sacred thread and rudraksh along with institutional uniform, provided they do not interfere with discipline, safety or student identification. It also added that students cannot be compelled either to wear or remove religious or traditional symbols permitted under the order. Milk prices are set to go up as dairy brands like Amul and Mother Dairy have increased prices by 2 rupees across several variants. The new prices are set to come in effect from today. In a statement, the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation GCMMF, which markets milk and milk products under the Amul brand, stated that it has increased prices by 2 rupees per litre. On the other hand, Mother Dairy said that it has revised the consumer prices of its liquid variants by 2 rupees per litre. Both Amul and Mother Dairy last hiked milk prices back in April and May 2025. Well, those were some of the top stories unfolding at this hour. We wrap up the bulletin with that. Stay tuned to Beyond World is One. Thank you for watching.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One. Two superpowers, two dealmakers. Trump and Xi face to face. From trade wars to Tehran, tech wars to Taiwan. Live reports from the ground. Expert analysis from across the world.
delegate.
Who has the cards? On the high stakes, high risk meet, Trump-Xi meeting, special coverage. Only on WION.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
Vielleicht nur als Imposant.
Hello and welcome back to WION World is One. I'm Kanishka Sarkar and you have tuned into World Business Watch. This is your window into the fast-moving world of business. We'll get you all updates related to the Xi Jinping and Trump meeting happening in Beijing. But before that, let's get to the headlines. Kevin Walsh was confirmed as Fed chair in a narrow Senate vote on Wednesday, succeeding Jerome Powell amid political pressure to cut rates. His appointment comes as inflation remains elevated, complicating policy decisions and raising uncertainty over future direction. Asia-Pacific markets remain mixed as investors focus on the Trump-Xi meeting for trade signals. Japan, South Korea and Hong Kong edge higher while Australia slips. Sentiment stays cautious amid global uncertainty and limited expectations of major policy breakthroughs. India bans export of sugar until September 30th. To safeguard domestic supply and curb rising prices. The policy shifts exports to prohibited status amid lower output forecasts and mounting inflation concerns in the domestic market. After red-hot retail inflation reading, factory gate prices jumped to the highest since January 2023. US producer price index surged to 6% in April, and as a result, the odds of a Fed rate hike are rising.
UK house prices weakened in April with a key RICS gauge falling to its lowest level since 2023 as higher mortgage rates and economic uncertainty hit demand. Buyer inquiries and sales stayed subdued, pointing to continued pressure on the housing market. And coming up on World Business Watch today, rising fuel prices and growing uncertainty in global oil markets are accelerating the shift toward electric vehicles worldwide. Markets across Europe and Southeast Asia are also witnessing a rapid transition towards cleaner transport. Stay tuned as we look at how the Iran war is accelerating the global mobility shift. Let's get to the top story today. The United States and China are expected to move toward a limited and more controlled trade arrangement during the Trump-Xi summit this week. The proposed mechanism, informally called a Board of Trade, could allow both sides to identify nearly $30 billion worth of non-sensitive goods that can be traded with lower tariffs. Unlike earlier negotiations, Washington is no longer pushing Beijing to overhaul its state-led economic model. Instead, the focus has shifted toward balancing trade flows in sectors that do not raise national security concerns. The discussions come as trade volumes between world's two largest economies continue to shrink. US-China goods trade fell 29% in 2025, and at the same time, the US trade deficit with China has narrowed nearly 32%. That's the lowest level in almost 2 decades. Energy and agriculture, they're also expected to be central to negotiations. China currently imposes additional tariffs of up to 55% on US beef, along with duties on crude oil, liquefied natural gas, and coal. The United States, meanwhile, continues to maintain tariffs on a wide range of Chinese consumer goods, including electronics, footwear, and household products. Alongside trade, the two countries are also expected to discuss a possible Board of Investment framework, although US officials have signaled caution on deeper investment ties with China. Concerns remain particularly high around Chinese investment in strategic sectors. Trade may expand in limited areas, but technology control, tariffs, and national security barriers are expected to remain firmly in place. And to discuss more on what could be the outcome of the Trump-Xi meeting happening in Beijing, we are now being joined by Dr. Jayant Menon, a visiting senior fellow at the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, live from Singapore. Dr. Menon, thank you for joining me on the broadcast today. Firstly, let's address the broader question. How much of this summit do you think is about economics, and how much of it is about preventing further geopolitical escalation?
Thank you, and nice to be back with you. I think it's very difficult these days to actually separate those two. They are now conjoined twins, both the trade or economic sphere and the geo-economic or geostrategic. They're both linked together. I think a lot will be about the economics, having said that, and a lot will have to do with how both these countries deal with the emerging economic problems respectively at home. We have the US facing inflation, a potential slowing of growth, similarly to China, where the property market has slowed significantly, growth is slowing and youth unemployment is rising. So the scene has been set for useful, collaborative engagement between these two biggest economies of the world.
Right. Now, speaking of collaborative talks, like you said, do you think selective tariff cuts could meaningfully revive bilateral trade between the two economies, or has that relationship already structurally changed?
I think, if they do manage to get significant reductions in tariffs, it will boost trade. But I think what I want to focus on is how these numbers that we all look at, including the ones you quoted, are becoming increasingly meaningless in a world of global production and trade. The bilateral deficit is almost a meaningless number these days because so much of China's value addition takes place outside China. Similarly, U.S. firms operate all around the world. So while the bilateral deficit might narrow, a lot of trade now involving Chinese value added comes through other countries, including Southeast Asia, where exports to China have boomed. In fact, overall exports of China reached a peak last year, even though the bilateral trade with the U.S. slowed. You cannot hit those numbers without the U.S. as the largest consumer market. So it's not being reflected in national accounts or trade accounts of individual countries any longer. It's spread all around the world.
Right, you're saying, they have already diversified a lot as far as their trade is concerned. But just as I was highlighting the numbers earlier, the trade between China and US, it's down nearly 30%, 29% to be precise in 2025. This is especially after all of those tariffs came into play and then were rolled back and, the whole tariff saga. But given this meeting that's happening in Beijing, how much time do you think it's going to take to fill this gap, if at all?
Well, I think, these sorts of meetings are really all about form more than content. I think it sets the stage for future negotiations that gets into the core and the details. These are always bound to succeed, these sorts of bilateral face-to-face meetings. But the real test will be what comes after. And I think, there could be commitments made on, say, the Chinese side to buy more agricultural output, aircraft and the like. And there could be some concessions on the US side as well with tariffs. Remember, a lot of the tariffs on China are still in place because they're under Section 301. They have not been affected by the Supreme Court ruling.
Right. You just said that the real test will be, what comes after these negotiations happen, this meeting happens. So just, lastly, before we let you go, just wanted your take on the kind of leverages that both of the countries' economies have at this point in time. China is leading as far as semiconductors are concerned, electronics are concerned, the manufacturing sector, whereas US is leading where, there's technology. So what are the leverages that both of the economies have at the table at this point in time?
I think, as the two biggest economies, they're increasingly realizing, at least the US is, I think China always has, realizing the importance of interdependence and using that as a fulcrum to move forward their national agendas. I think, as I said earlier, both countries are in dire economic straits, and things look like worsening in this overall global climate. So they have every incentive to try and, come out with a deal that is mutually beneficial. Trade is mutually beneficial. It's not always fair, but both countries gain by increasing trade and investment. And I think, hopefully the US, which has always operated on that basis until Trump, will come back to that realization. And China, of course, is looking at improving its access to a lot of these technologies that it's been denied so far. And that will be important for its overall drive in catching up with AI.
Right. Dr. Menon, thank you so much for those insights and joining me on the broadcast today. On that note, we'll let you go.
Thank you.
Great. All right, so let's keep it going with what all could be the outcomes of the meeting. And as US President Donald Trump and China's President Xi Jinping circle each other across the negotiating table, both leaders want a win. But their definitions of victory could not be further apart. The world's two largest economies, locked in a decade-long rivalry, are once again at a defining crossroads. Each side nursing grievances, each side holding cards it refuses to lay flat on the table. For Trump, the calculus is familiar. America is old. He has long argued that decades of Chinese manufacturing dominance hollowed out the US industrial heartland. Trump administration accuses China of achieving that through subsidies, currency manipulation, and intellectual property theft. Tariffs as well. Now, in Trump's worldview, are not a blunt instrument. They are the leverage that's about tariffs. Now, Washington's core demands centers on slashing the yawning bilateral trade deficit. Trump also wants Beijing to open its domestic markets to American financial services, agriculture, and technology firms. Xi's calculus is no less firm. China has framed economic self-reliance as a national security imperative. Beijing is willing to offer concessions, expanded agriculture purchases, and pledges on fentanyl precursor controls. But it will not dismantle the state-led industrial model that underpins its ambitions in semiconductors, electric vehicles, and green technology. The sticking points are structural. Washington wants binding agreements. The ghost of the Phase 1 deal still haunts American negotiators. They watch China fall short of its purchase commitments with little consequence. Any tariff deal agreed on would carry this subtext into every clause. Then there are more sensitive topics like Taiwan, semiconductors, and the South China Sea. However, what both leaders ironically share is electoral and political urgency. Trump needs a visible economic win to anchor his domestic agenda. Xi needs stability to nurse a slowing economy. That mutual pressure may be the only real basis for a deal expectation that is, for a transactional deal built to last precisely as long as it proves convenient to both the economies. Moving on to the Iran war fallout. Rising fuel prices and growing uncertainty in global oil markets are accelerating the shift toward electric vehicles worldwide. While China continues to dominate global EV production and exports, markets across Europe and Southeast Asia are also witnessing a rapid transition toward cleaner transport. Here's a report on how the Iran war is accelerating the global mobility shift. Take a look.
Global demand for electric vehicles continue to rise in April. As high petrol and diesel prices push consumers away from traditional combustion engine cars. According to benchmark Mineral Intelligence, global registrations of battery electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles rose 6% year-on-year to 1.6 million units. The surge comes amid disruptions in global oil supplies following tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. Europe led the growth story with EV registrations jumping 27% to nearly 400,000 units. Analysts say rising fuel costs, policy support, and expanding Chinese competition are accelerating the global shift towards electric mobility. China remains at the center of the global electric vehicle market, despite some slowdown in domestic demand. April EV registrations in China fell 8% after the expiry of tax breaks and trade-in incentives. But the country's global expansion continues at a rapid pace. Chinese manufacturers exported more than 400,000 electric vehicles in April alone, while total vehicle export crossed 1.4 million units in the first 4 months of 2026. Chinese brands are also gaining market share in Europe despite EU tariffs. Accounting for 22% of all EV and plug-in hybrid sales in the region this year, China already produces over 12 million new energy vehicles annually and continues to dominate the global battery supply chain. The ongoing energy crisis is now reshaping consumer behavior and the future of the global auto industry. Countries heavily dependent on imported oil, especially across Asia and Australia, are facing fuel shortages, rising transport costs, and inflationary pressure. Analysts say these repeated oil shocks are strengthening the case for electric vehicles, which are increasingly being seen as a hedge against volatile fuel prices. Governments are also accelerating investment in charging infrastructure and clean mobility.
Yeah, so the current fuel crisis has been very good for us, and we've seen a massive uptick in interest from governments around the world, from customers around the world, and from customers here in Australia. So it's been really good from that perspective. And the economics of running an electric truck were beneficial before the fuel crisis, but now it's obviously a million times cheaper to run an electric truck than a diesel truck.
While some automakers in North America are slowing their EV plans due to policy uncertainty and weaker incentives, the broader global trend continues to favor electrification as consumers look for cheaper and more energy-secure transport options. Business Bureau, WION World is One.
Right, so that's about the EV mobility shift. But moving on to what the world is making of India. Now, India and UK are now the worst performing stock markets, major stock markets, since the US-Iran war began. And yet, Morgan Stanley has upgraded its outlook on Indian stocks. The brokerage has turned more bullish on India as it expects a strong rebound in earnings growth after a prolonged slowdown. Since the start of the war in late February, India's blue-chip Sensex index is down about 8.5%. The broader Nifty index has also lost more than 7%. Now that comes even as the Nasdaq has surged over 17% to a new all-time high, and the S&P 500 has gained 8% to a fresh peak. Korea's Kospi has soared nearly 22% to fresh record highs, and the Japanese benchmark has gained over 7%. India, along with UK, is the only major market in the world still in the red since the US-Iran war began. However, Morgan Stanley believes that improving macroeconomic conditions, rising private investments, and stronger domestic demand could drive the next leg of India's market rally over the next 12 to 18 months. The brokerage's base case projects the Sensex touching 89,000 by June 2027, implying nearly 15% upside from Wednesday's 74,600 level. In its bull case scenario, Morgan Stanley sees the index climbing to 1 lakh points if growth momentum accelerates further and global conditions remain supportive. However, in its bear case outlook, the brokerage estimates the Sensex could fall to 66,000 if external shocks and weaker economic conditions weigh on markets. On economic growth, Morgan Stanley expects India to remain among the world's fastest growing major economies. It projects GDP growth at 7.6% in FY27, followed by 6.7% in FY28 and 7% in FY29. The brokerage also expects corporate earnings growth to improve sharply after a 6-quarter slowdown. Sectorally, Morgan Stanley remains positive on India's financial sector. It believes that lower interest rates, improving liquidity, and stronger government spending could revive private capital expenditure and also consumption demand. The brokerage is also optimistic about sectors that are linked to infrastructure and energy. Despite the optimistic outlook, however, Morgan Stanley warned that geopolitical tensions and rising crude oil prices remain the biggest risks for the Indian markets. The brokerage has cited the rupee's free fall to a new record low as another risk. Morgan Stanley has warned that external uncertainties and trade disruptions could also impact sentiment and slow the expected market recovery. All right, let's keep it going with India. And Maharashtra's onion farmers are staring at one of their worst crises in recent years. In Asia's largest onion market, Lasalgaon in Nashik, Farmers say that they are being forced to sell onions at prices that are even lower than their production cost. My colleague Disha Yadav has sent us this ground report. Take a look.
These onion sacks belong to 48-year-old farmer Tukaram Thakre. He arrived at Lasalgaon Mandi before sunrise with over 100 quintals of onions, hoping traders would bid for his crop. But hours later, there are still no buyers.
I have spent close to rupees 20 per kilo, including seeds, labor, transport and storage costs. But there were zero buyers. If this is not sold, then the entire lot will go to waste and I'll end up suffering huge losses.
This is Lasalgaon in Nasik district, Asia's biggest onion trading hub. But this season, instead of profits, farmers here are counting losses.
Behind me are thousands of bags of onions waiting for the buyers. Traders here say that Gulf demand, which was once the Maharashtra's backbone of onion exports, has fallen sharply this season. Farmers claim that export uncertainty and weak overseas orders have pushed them into massive losses, with many forced to sell onion prices even lower than the production cost.
There are also shipping distributions through the Strait of Hormuz. Sometimes it reaches in 15 days and sometimes onion stocks are stuck for 2 months.
India produced nearly 30 million tons of onions this season, significantly higher than last year. But while production increased, exports failed to absorb the excess supply. Before export restrictions and the Gulf slowdown, India exported more than 25 lakh tons of onions annually, with Gulf nations accounting for a major share. Farmers say the situation has become unbearable. Many farmers are also getting only 1 rupee per kilo for onions despite months of labor and debt.
I have spent close to 20 to 22,000 rupees per kilo and ended up receiving only 1 rupee per kilo. It does not even cover my transportation costs, for which I spent around 1500 rupees. I have a family of 5 to feed. What am I going to do? This is all going to go to waste, or I will feed it to the animal.
Farmers say due to less demand, they have no option but to store lakhs of tons of onions in storage and to sell it at throwaway prices. Maharashtra farmer groups are demanding a 1500 rupees per quintal subsidy for losses caused by the price crash. On the other hand, the Maharashtra government has approached the centre seeking a 4% export incentive support for onion exports to make Indian onions more competitive in Gulf markets again.
Many farming communities as well as organizations have already warned of a large-scale protest in the coming weeks if the government does not give their demanded fair onion prices. With video journalist Siddesh, this is Disha reporting here from Nasik in Maharashtra for WION.
And that's all the time that we have in this edition of World Business Watch. I'm Kanishka Sarkar. I will take your leave, but don't go anywhere. More updates will follow on the other side.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION, World is One.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
Vielleicht nur als Imposant.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Welcome back. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's begin with the headlines you're tracking this hour. Large-scale Russian drone and missile strikes on Kiev kill at least one person and injured 16 others. Residential buildings damaged, leaving people trapped under rubble. Emergency services deployed to affected sites. Donald Trump and Xi Jinping meet for high-stakes talks in Beijing after the Chinese president welcomes visiting counterpart, US counterpart with a handshake and grand reception at the Great Hall of the People. Donald Trump tells Xi Jinping during their meet that the two countries would have a fantastic future together, calls it an honor to meet the Chinese president and expresses optimism that US-China ties would improve further. Xi Jinping tells Donald Trump during talks that US and China should be partners and not rivals, says a stable US-China relationship benefits the world and welcomes Trump's visit, saying that the world reaches a new crossroad.
There are a few topics that I want to talk about less than what office I'm going to run for years down the road when I'm having a good time and trying to do good work in the job that the American people already elected me to do.
US Vice President J.D. Vance dismisses questions about a future White House run, says he's focused on his current role, praises Secretary of State Marco Rubio but emphasizes that both are concentrating on administration's current agenda. Foreign ministers from BRICS nations arrive in New Delhi for 2-day summit where they are expected to discuss escalating tensions in West Asia and their impact on global energy security. Philippine police detain a suspect linked to gunfire inside the Senate, where Senator Ronald De La Rosa, wanted by ICC, was taking refuge. Authorities seize live ammunition from the individual as investigations continue. US renews $100 million aid offer to Cuba amid the island's economic crisis, including blackouts. Days after Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Cuba rejected the offer, which Havana denied. Proposal follows new US sanctions on Cuba. India's benchmark indices surged over 0.3% even as its stocks lagged. Oil prices held steady amid Iran-related concerns, while ongoing US-China talks supported market sentiment, lifting most Asian markets into positive territory. Our top focus remains President Donald Trump's visit to Beijing for a high-stakes 2-day visit and talks with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping that is currently underway. A range of thorny issues including Tehran, Taiwan and trade are on the agenda. Trump met Xi as China hosted a military reception for the US president at the Great Hall of the People. The two leaders shook hands after Trump arrived in a motorcade to the steps. While Trump alongside Xi inspected military honor guards and received a 21-gun salute. Well, at the start of Xi-Trump meet, the Chinese president expressed happiness to receive Trump for the US leader's first trip to China since 2017.
Have always believed that the shared interests between China and the United States outweigh our differences, that the success of each nation represents an opportunity for the other, and that a stable China-US relationship is a boon for the world. Cooperation benefits both sides, while confrontation harms both. We should be partners, not rivals, helping each other succeed and prosper together, thereby forging a new path for the proper way for major powers to interact in this new era.
Those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever, they can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before.
And joining us live on the broadcast is Ambassador Anil Wadhwa. He's a former Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, and currently a distinguished fellow with the Vivekanand International Foundation. Mr. Wadhwa, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. We'll also go across to Susan, who will be joining us in just a bit from New York. Mr. Wadhwa, coming straight to it, beyond the optics that we have been seeing over the last couple of hours, how crucial will be the discussions on Iran war, Taiwan and tariffs between Xi and President Trump?
So I think it's a very consequential meeting between this leadership of United States and China, which is gone underway today. You asked about three specific issues. First of all, Iran is an ongoing issue in which the United States would definitely ask President Xi to intervene and help him resolve this issue, because the United States wants to end the conflict, and of course it wants to end the conflict on its own terms. As far as the United States is concerned, it knows that it has a leverage there because the Chinese dependency on oil from abroad, and China imports a lot of energy from Iran. So therefore, any disruption there affects China as well. On Taiwan, there is pressure in the U.S. Senate on President Trump not to give in the long-standing position on Taiwan, which the United States has maintained, which is a position of ambiguity, if I would say so. And of course, there is this $14 billion arms sales to Taiwan, which is hanging in the balance. One of the important statements that President Xi made at the opening today, this morning in Beijing, was that this issue must be handled carefully because otherwise it could lead to conflict between the United States and China. So therefore, the red lines are clear as far as the Chinese are concerned. On tariffs, both sides would tend to find a balance because there has been talk about $30 billion worth of non-strategic goods, which will see a reduction of duties. And if that happens, then of course there would be an automatic purchase of United States farm products as well as energy and of course aeroplanes for the Chinese industry. The United States would also be willing to look at the imports it does from China, which are non-strategic. But on the strategic side, I think there's going to be a long-standing rivalry. And there, the Chinese would like to have an opening in the United States market. They know they have a leverage as far as rare earths are concerned.
Right. Mr. Wadhwa, you mentioned about the leverage part. I will come to that bit in just some time. Let's also take a word from Susan. She is live from New York. Susan, of course, first visit by President Trump in nearly a decade to Beijing. Give us an overview of what has happened over the last 2 hours and what can we expect in the next couple of hours.
I think it's very clear that the two sides hope to reach some kind of common ground, at least for the optics of it. Diplomacy really plays front and center. We saw that grand welcome from Xi Jinping for President Donald Trump, and not only on the tarmac, but also as he entered to start bilateral meetings. It's very important for the United States to try to manage trade ties because China does have a surplus in imports here in the United States. It's an export economy. There's nothing surprising there, but when American businesses want to do business in China, they essentially hit a steel wall. So for President Trump, a good deliverable would be that China opens up its market to more American businesses. And a testament to that is the fact that he took so many tech CEOs along with him on this trip. And of course, for China, they want less restrictions on semiconductors. They want to see the Strait of Hormuz open more than anyone else. And they also want a more predictable relationship with the United States. Of course, there are reports that they hope to get more a stronger word regarding Taiwan. It's hard to imagine that the president would veer away from the strategic ambiguity that the United States has had for so many decades. But on the other hand, there are those, notably in Taiwan, that are concerned that the president may try to find common ground, at least behind closed doors, as the ambassador mentioned regarding that weapons sale, where on the one hand, the U.S. does or doesn't do something with Taiwan, and in receiving from China, something on the Strait of Hormuz and some kind of mediation effort by China regarding the Iran conflict.
Yes, Susan, point taken. I will just come back to you. Mr. Wadhwa, you mentioned about the leverage bit. You said that the US has leverage here with reference to President Trump's visit. With this approval rating that has plunged to new lows with midterm elections approaching, would you agree that there is more baggage that Trump is carrying at this point when it comes to the outcome of the high-stakes summit?
United States, as far as President Trump is concerned, he would like to show that the visit has got gains. And obviously, the biggest amount of gains that can be obtained is in the trade sector. And there, I think there is some sort of an agreement because there were long talks between Scott Bessent and his counterpart just hours before the visit actually got underway. And the Board of Trade has been talked about as a proposal. The Chinese would also like to set up a Board of Investment so that they can also talk about the loosening of investment regulations into the United States. But that's a matter to be discussed. I don't think there would be an immediate agreement on that. One of the other issues that the United States would like to set up is a dialogue on artificial intelligence with the Chinese. Because that was something which was not something very seen as important maybe some years ago. But today, in the light of the risks that have arisen as a result of the advancements in AI, and China is the other important country in this regard, so that dialogue would go a long way in trying to set up a roadmap for the future where two countries could talk to each other on a regular basis. I see these two as an important takeaway as far as the United States is concerned.
Yes, Mr. Wadhwa, quick follow-up question. How do you see the summit taking place vis-a-vis India's relations with China and US, and of course in the backdrop, the blockade of the Hormuz Strait, which has also impacted India?
So I think as far as India is concerned, its relationship with both the United States and China are on a separate footing. Both have progressed, by the way, quite a bit with the United States for many years in the past. And as far as Chinese are concerned, ever since Galwan happened, there was a sort of a freeze in the relationship, which seems to have thawed over the past year. So people-to-people exchanges are back. The airlines have started functioning once again, and India is talking about Chinese investments in non-strategic sectors, and as opposed to what used to happen when Press Note 3 was fully operational. Then, of course, we have to watch in India as to what happens in terms of the liberalization of tariffs between United States and China. And if the $30 billion trade on each side would include products which India is exporting to the United States or exporting to the Chinese, then of course those might be affected to some extent. But the opening up of Hormuz will affect India greatly. It will benefit India, in fact. In fact, it will benefit all the countries of the region. in Southeast Asia, all the energy importers who are there watching very closely how this takes place.
Yes, Mr. Wadhwa, stay with us. Susan continues to be with us. Susan, I'd like to take the same question from you. When it comes to the midterm elections, pressure has, of course, been piling on President Trump. Talk to us about the sentiment back home. And is there more that, in terms of the baggage that Trump is carrying as far as this visit is concerned?
Well, I think both sides, whether China or the United States, they both think that they have the upper hand. While China does appear powerful on the surface, remember its economy is suffering to a great extent. It has youth unemployment, consumer spending is at an all-time low, and then the energy crisis in the Strait of Hormuz has really put a dent in its economy. But on the other hand, here in the United States, American farmers are watching this meeting very closely, considering the fact that they hope with the high price of diesel, China would be open to buying, for example, more beef or soybeans, and then, of course, Boeing aircrafts as well. But I think ultimately, the two sides know that while there are hawks here in the United States that are advocating for decoupling and they want to have some sort of independence from each other, ultimately their fates are tied to each other in many ways. There are many areas of cooperation, and I think the American people are seeing that. It's a tough call for the president, considering the fact that so many jobs have gone overseas. Unemployment has really risen because of China's export economy. But the United States hopes and Americans hope that there will be not so much free trade between the two sides, but a more fair trade between the two sides, where Americans can also benefit from the market inside of China. So yes, China is important to the U.S. economy, but perhaps the United States is also equally important for China as well, and I think Americans realize that.
Right, Susan, point taken. Mr. Wadhwa, just last point from you. US military arsenal has also been depleting, with both economies contributing to almost 40% when it comes to the global GDP. Talk to us about how important will it be for Trump to secure good deals when it comes to those deals with China, especially in terms of securing those rare earth materials from the country?
So I think as far as rare earths are concerned, in Busan last year, the two sides reached a sort of agreement, and in return, the United States had also liberalized as far as tariffs are concerned. Now, that truce is supposed to end in November this year, and I feel that the truce will be extended because it's both sides have seen how much they have to gain in terms of equanimity and stability as far as bilateral trade is concerned. So I think Chinese will not be averse to continuing the liberal attitude as far as rare earths are concerned for the U.S. industry in particular, and of course for the other countries in the world as well. United States would continue to liberalize the tariffs as far as possible, and that $30 billion package both ways that has been talked about is in the non-strategic sectors. So it is where the high-tech areas are concerned that there will be some amount of hesitation and friction, obviously, because both of the countries see each other as rivals going forward in the long term. And that rivalry is supposed to actually play down that aspect of liberalization between the two sides.
Yes, Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, point taken. Appreciate you speaking with us. We'll try and connect with you later in the day. And Susan, to you as well, we will, of course, keep connecting through the day to get more developments, updates.
Thank you.
Shifting focus then, Russia launched a massive drone attack on Ukraine, firing at least 800 drones across 20 regions of the country, which comes as Kremlin demanded Ukraine to cede territories claimed by Russia, which, according to Moscow, would open a corridor towards peace talks. Now, Ukrainian authorities even claim that Russia is deploying Shahid drone in a tactic aimed at overwhelming the country's air defenses. Reports suggest that a larger air attack is currently underway in Kiev, and at least one person has been killed and 16 others have been injured in Kiev. While drones targeted the cities of Lviv and Odessa as well. Visuals that you see on your screen show firefighters extinguishing multiple blazes in buildings and also conducting at the same time rescue operations in the city of Odessa. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that at least 6 people have been killed and dozens of others, including children, have been injured. The Ukrainian president has also warned of possible cruise and ballistic missile attacks by Russia following the drone barrage. Meanwhile, Ukraine's military intelligence, the HUR, has said that Russian drones mainly targeted critical infrastructure and life support facilities in major cities, including energy facilities, defense, industry enterprises, and government buildings. It also claimed that Russia is attempting to pressure Ukraine after rejecting multiple ceasefire proposals. In fact, Ukraine's defense ministry advisor has said that Russian forces launched Shahid drones in defense formations near the Belarus border, with some even flying at a distance of 5 to 10 kilometers. He also added that Russia is trying to overload Ukraine's air defenses in a bid to strike higher number of targets deep inside the country. In the midst of these attacks, Kremlin has said that Ukraine must withdraw its forces from Donbas and other territories claimed by the Russian forces, and that this, it said, would open a window towards meaningful peace negotiations. Kremlin spokesperson has said that the war could be stopped at any moment, and that is only if Kiev accepted Moscow's demands. Furthermore, Kremlin said that regional governors of Belgorod and Bryansk have resigned at their own request. It also added that Alexander Shuavev has been appointed as acting governor of Belgorod region, while Yegor Kovalchuk has been named as the acting governor of Bryansk. Kremlin further said that Russian President Vladimir Putin met both the acting governors. Both Belgorod and Bryansk border the Ukraine regions and have been under frequent attacks by the Ukrainian forces. And visuals on your screens are from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where a man was injured. He was blown away by strong wind. Visuals on your screens show how strong winds ripped apart a community wedding hall during a severe storm in the state's Jhansi district yesterday. A look at those dramatic visuals that have surfaced. This is from the state of Uttar Pradesh in Jhansi district, where a man was blown away as a result of heavy wind. The visuals that show the incident from the Jhansi district, it said that the man is injured, however he's recovering. So visuals on your screens from Uttar Pradesh, where a man was blown away as a result of heavy winds. The incident is from the district in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, more than 50 people have been injured as a result of the storms that have hit the state of Uttar Pradesh. According to local accounts, 50-year-old Nani was standing inside a wedding hall in Babiana village when heavy rain and powerful winds struck the area. And as you see, as the storm intensified, it said that metal sheets covering the hall began to tear away. Witnesses even said that the person in this visual grabbed onto one of the supporting pipes during the chaos. He was then lifted into the air along with the part of the structure carried some distance by force of the wind and thrown into a nearby field. He sustained injuries in the incident and is currently recovering at home. It was on Wednesday that a powerful storm triggered heavy rains and strong winds across multiple districts of Uttar Pradesh that killed at least 52 people. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of our broadcast. News and updates to continue. You're watching WION World is One. Stay tuned.
Two superpowers, two dealmakers. Trump and Xi face to face. From trade wars to Tehran, tech wars to Taiwan. Live reports from the ground. Expert analysis from across the world.
So even over in that delegation.
Who has the cards? On the high stakes, high risk meet. Trump-Xi meeting. Special coverage. Only on WION. Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is one.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha. The West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Vielleicht nur als Impulsant.
The meeting of US President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing on May 14th and 15th. Critical moment for global politics and the global economy. The summit will be the first visit to China by an American president in nearly a decade. The last time Trump flew to Beijing to meet Xi was in 2017. The latest meeting comes roughly 6 months after the two leaders last met in person on the sidelines of a summit in Busan, South Korea, in October 2025. As the world's two largest economies sit across the table once again, we take a look at the relations between these two superpowers. This time the backdrop is very different. The US and China are two global powers locked in an increasingly intense competition, and yet their economies remain deeply connected. For decades, the United States and China helped drive global growth together. American companies expanded through Chinese manufacturing. China benefited from global trade and access to international markets. But as Beijing's economic and military power grew, so did Washington's concerns. Beijing's global ambitions have expanded far beyond its borders. From the Belt and Road Initiative to its growing presence in Africa, China has been building influence across continents. And for the United States, China's rapid growth has become a major strategic concern. So when did these two powers begin competing? How dependent are they on each other? How fast has China risen economically and militarily? Will the meeting define the next phase of the world's biggest power rivalry? All this and more on WION Wide Angle this week. For much of the 20th century, the United States and China stood on opposite sides of global politics. In 1949, Mao Zedong founded the People's Republic of China after the Communist Party won the Chinese Civil War. The United States refused to recognize the communist government in Beijing and instead continued to support the nationalist government that had moved to Taiwan. Soon after, the Korean War brought the two countries into direct conflict. The United States backed South Korea, while China supported the North. Way back in 1950, during the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir in North Korea, the UN offensive led by United States forces approached the Yalu River, leading to massive confrontations with Chinese forces. This was the only direct, large-scale military confrontation between the United States and the People's Republic of China. 30,000 UN command troops were encircled and attacked by 120,000 Chinese soldiers. After severe casualties in extreme weather, the UN forces broke out of the encirclement and withdrew to the port of Hungnam, where they were airlifted. Many US historians describe it as the greatest evacuation movement by sea in US military history. For decades, relations between Washington and Beijing remained hostile. But in the 1970s, that changed. The United States wanted to counter the growing power of the Soviet Union. China, too, was drifting away from Moscow after its relationship with the Soviets deteriorated, known as the Sino-Soviet split. Both sides saw strategic value in working together. In 1972, US President Richard Nixon made a historic visit to China. It was the first time an American president had visited the country. The visit opened the door to a new phase in US-China relations. 7 years later, in 1979, the United States officially established diplomatic relations with China. Around the same time, Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping began introducing major economic reforms. China started opening its economy to the world. Foreign companies were allowed to invest, private business activity expanded, and manufacturing grew rapidly. And American companies saw a huge opportunity. China offered low-cost labor, a massive workforce, and the possibility of access to one of the world's biggest markets. Over the next 2 decades, thousands of American businesses shifted manufacturing to China. This economic relationship benefited both sides.
It was a fascinating time with U.S.-Chinese relations, because China had been really isolated after 1948 with the communists in charge, and it was very secretive and very isolated, and they suffered from famine, they suffered from starvation. And interesting, Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger, who was the Secretary of State for President Nixon, actually visited China, and that surprised a lot of people, but it sort of opened China up to the world. And they didn't necessarily have any, notable reforms, but at least it got the countries on a more friendly footing. And in spite of the fact that China continued to be, really hostile to their own people, but it was the beginning of the changes for China, the move toward a market economy.
The ministerial conference so agrees.
In 2001, China joined the World Trade Organization, a decision that accelerated China's rise as a global manufacturing powerhouse. Its economy expanded at a speed the world had never seen before. By the 2010s, China had become the world's second largest economy and one of America's biggest trading partners. At the same time, China's becoming part of the World Trade Organization brought lower prices to American consumers and higher profits for US corporations. But it also came with costs, notably the loss of American jobs due to import competition, automation, and multinational companies moving manufacturing overseas. But as trade grew, so did tensions. American leaders and businesses accused China of flaunting some of its World Trade Organization commitments, unfair trade practices,
Today's action pertains to what we believe is China's wrongful imposition.
They claimed China was giving heavy government support to its own companies, making it harder for foreign businesses to compete. At the same time, the US trade deficit with China kept widening, and eventually that economic competition turned into a trade war.
I, Donald John Trump.
In 2018, during his first term as president, Donald Trump imposed tariffs on Chinese goods worth billions of dollars. The US said the move was necessary to counter what it called unfair Chinese trade practices. China responded with its own tariffs on American products. It targeted US exports including soybeans, agricultural products, automobiles, and other goods. Very quickly, the world's two largest economies were engaged in an economic conflict. The trade war disrupted global supply chains, created uncertainty for businesses, and affected markets across the world. The competition soon expanded into areas like semiconductors, artificial intelligence, 5G technology, and critical minerals. Then in 2020, the two sides signed what was known as the Phase 1 trade deal. China agreed to purchase more American goods, and the United States reduced some tariffs, but many of the larger disagreements remained unresolved.
Well, I think it was primarily the growth of China, starting in 2001 when we and the rest of the WTO allowed them into the global trading system, thinking perhaps naively that they would embrace, if they embraced capital or market economies or market economics, that would bring them into a more democratic, system. And we were totally wrong on that. They've remained, mercantilist. They've remained, again, hostile to their own people with their communist government. And so, I think in retrospect, it might have been a mistake. But it is interesting how the CCP has grown so powerful because of these economic changes and because of their economic growth, and so now they've become somewhat of an adversarial military factor.
Under the former President Joe Biden, the United States kept many of the Trump-era tariffs in place.
I, Donald John Trump.
In 2025, Donald Trump returned to the White House, and with his return, attention on US-China trade policy grew once again. In February 2025, the United States imposed an additional 10% tariff on all Chinese goods. A month later, that rate was raised to 20%. Then in April 2025, the Trump administration announced a 34% reciprocal tariff on Chinese imports. After China responded with its own counter tariffs, Washington further increased the rate first to 84% and then to 125%. With other existing duties already in place, the total US tariff burden on some Chinese goods reached as high as 145%. Right now, there is no single tariff rate on all Chinese goods.
After the CCP gained power, it became more suppressive, you can say, to its own population, to any pursuit for democracy developed inside China. And it even actually suppressed the freedom and totally destroyed the freedom of Hong Kong, which was called a sort of independent. And another problem is the CCP has been heavily stealing the technology from the US, of course, and other countries. For any foreign technology company, if you want to go invest in China, and it forces you to transfer the technology.
Despite years of tensions, trade wars, and strategic competition, the United States and China remain deeply interconnected. They are the world's two largest economies, and for decades their economic relationship has helped shape global trade, manufacturing, technology, and supply chains. In fact, experts say fully decoupling these two huge economies is likely impossible. US goods and services trade with China was estimated at more than $650 billion in 2024. For the United States, China has long been a major manufacturing hub. American companies depend on Chinese factories for a wide range of products like electronics and machinery, pharmaceutical ingredients, batteries, solar panels, and consumer goods. Many global supply chains still run through China. Even when American companies shift some production to countries like Vietnam or Mexico, Chinese components and raw materials often remain part of that supply network. At the same time, China also depends on the United States in several important areas. The United States remains one of China's biggest export markets. Millions of Chinese jobs have been linked directly or indirectly to export-driven industries. For years, Chinese factories produced goods for American companies and consumers on a massive scale. And despite falling trade numbers in recent years, the US market continues to be important for Chinese exporters. China also continues to rely on the United States for certain high-end technologies. This is especially true in the semiconductor industry. That is why Washington's export restrictions on advanced semiconductors have become such a major issue for Beijing. Key components for China's domestic aircraft COMAC C919 are also sourced from American suppliers. Energy is another example of this interdependence. The United States has been an important supplier of products like LNG, ethane, and propane to China. And even during periods of trade tensions, some of this energy trade has continued because both sides benefit from it.
I think that's one of the biggest mistakes the US made in the past several decades. Again, it has, I think, moved a lot of manufacturing sector to China because of the cheap labor there and the very, very weak environment regulations and, of course, human rights cost. So right now, all of a sudden, America, especially during the COVID, America suddenly found they could even make their own masks. And the Chinese Communist Party could even use the mask supply as a leverage to force other countries to apply it to listen to the CCP. The two economies are now so deeply, you can say, emerged into each other, the supply chain. So it is very hard for the US to suddenly say, okay, because of the trade deficit, let's stop doing business with China.
In 2010, Google effectively stopped operating its search engine in mainland China. After disagreements with the Chinese government over censorship and cybersecurity, over time, Google services became largely inaccessible inside China. The Great Firewall of China is the Chinese government's internet censorship and surveillance project. The ban prevents social media platforms like Facebook and X from reaching the country's over 800 million internet users, although users manage to find VPNs to circumvent the ban. Chinese government censorship focuses primarily on two things: stopping people in China from accessing independent reports about events in their own country, and isolating Chinese citizens from conversations with outsiders. Instead of depending on foreign platforms, China built its own digital ecosystem, and very quickly domestic companies filled the space left behind by Google. The biggest example is Baidu, often called China's Google. Baidu grew into the country's dominant search engine. It developed its own search platform, maps, cloud services, online forums, and AI tools. Over the years, other Chinese platforms also expanded rapidly. In fact, in China, search today does not only happen through traditional search engines. Millions of users search directly inside apps like WeChat and Douyin for news, shopping, restaurants, videos, and reviews. For decades, the United States has been the world's most powerful military force, with hundreds of military bases across the world, the most advanced air force, and the largest defense budget on the planet. Washington has long maintained global military dominance, but over the last 2 decades, China has rapidly expanded and modernized its military. And today, the United States sees it as its biggest strategic competitor. The difference in military spending still remains massive. In 2026, the United States is spending more than $900 billion on defense. China's official defense budget is estimated between $275 to $277 billion. But defense analysts say China's real military capabilities have grown far beyond what its budget alone suggests. China has the largest military in the world by active personnel, boasting over 2 million active soldiers as of 2026. In the second spot is India, and the United States holds the third largest active force. But Washington continues to hold the advantage in global reach. The US has 11 active aircraft carriers. China currently has 3. The American military also operates hundreds of overseas bases across different regions of the world. But China's focus has been different. Beijing has not tried to match America everywhere across the world. Instead, it has focused heavily on building power in the Indo-Pacific region, particularly around Taiwan and the South China Sea. And in that region, China's military capabilities have grown rapidly. The country now has the world's largest navy by number of ships. Its naval fleet has expanded quickly with new destroyers, submarines, aircraft carriers, and advanced missile systems. Its air force has been modernized with 5th-generation stealth fighter jets like the J-20, and reports suggest China is also moving quickly in the development of 6th-generation fighter aircraft. The Pentagon has repeatedly warned about China's fast military modernization. A recent U.S. defense assessment described China's military buildup as historic. The report said China is rapidly expanding its nuclear, naval, cyber,
expectation, particularly from emerging markets. To finance. BRICS can help them respond more effectively. Economic resilience is also key. Reliable supply chains and diversified markets are its essential components. We must focus on both. Climate change remains a pressing concern. Our discussions must advance sustainable development while upholding principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. Technological advancements are reshaping the global landscape. It can be leveraged for good governance and inclusive growth. Peace and security remain central to the global order. Recent conflicts only underline the importance of dialogue and diplomacy. There is also a deeply shared interest in strengthening cooperation against terrorism. Excellencies, as chair, I will facilitate an open and constructive exchange. I encourage all delegations to share their perspectives in that spirit. Your inputs will help guide our discussions and contribute to a meaningful outcomes. I once again welcome you all and look forward to a productive discussion. I thank you all for your attention. Excellencies and colleagues, we will soon be commencing the closed session, so I would request now the press to leave us to that session. Thank you very much, press.
That was India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, addressing the BRICS summit. Now, BRICS foreign ministers and heads of delegation from member and partner countries will participate in the meeting, and they will also call on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. During the meeting, the foreign ministers of BRICS members countries, they will exchange views on global and regional issues of mutual interest. Well, the two-day meeting of BRICS foreign ministers will begin today in New Delhi, and the meeting will be chaired by India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. Well, during the meeting, the foreign ministers of BRICS member countries will exchange views on global and regional issues of mutual interest. The BRICS foreign ministers held their last meeting on the margins of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly on 26th of September in 2025. Now, global leaders have arrived in the national capital ahead of the BRICS foreign ministers meeting, and the leaders who arrived here yesterday, they include Foreign Minister of Iran, Syed Abbas Araghchi, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Ministers of Thailand, Foreign Ministers of Cuba, and Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Vietnam. Now, other leaders who arrived were Foreign Ministers of Malaysia and the UAE's Minister of State, among others. And with that, it's time for us to slip into a very short break. Stay tuned. You're watching WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One. From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is One. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. an award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying tuned to WION. You're watching News Point with me, Diksha Bisla. US and China should be partners and not rivals. This is what Xi Jinping said during one of the most consequential meetings between the world's two largest economies as they come face to face in Beijing. Now the optics are grand and the stakes even greater. Trade, Taiwan, AI, and hanging heavily over all of it, the shadow of the Iran war. We'll decode the deeper geopolitical currents shaping this summit with expert analysis. But before we get to it, let's quickly take a look at the headlines. US President Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping visit Beijing's historic Temple of Heaven after concluding their high-stakes talks. After arriving at World Heritage Site, Trump tells reporters that China is beautiful. White House says the talks between US President Donald Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping lasted more than 2 hours, during which the leaders tackled thorny issues including Taiwan, self-ruled democratic island claimed by Beijing.
I have known each other now for a long time.
Chinese state media says Xi Jinping tells Donald Trump that mishandling the Taiwan issue could lead to conflict and severely damage China-US relations, calling it the most important issue between the two countries. Xi Jinping tells Trump that China and US should overcome Thucydides trap and force a new paradigm of relations as the world has reached to a new crossroads, signaling concern over escalating rivalry between the rising and established powers. Large-scale Russian drone and missile strikes on Kiev kill at least one person and injure 16 others. Residential buildings damaged, leaving people trapped under the rubble. Emergency services deployed to affected sites.
There are a few topics that I want to talk about less than what office I'm going to run for years down the road when I'm having a good time and trying to do good work in the job that the American people already elected me to do.
US Vice President J.D. Vance dismisses questions about a future White House run, saying he's focused on his current role. Praised Secretary of State Marco Rubio, but emphasized that both are concentrating on the administration's current agenda. Philippine police detain a suspect linked to gunfire inside the Senate, where Senator Ronald De La Rosa, wanted by ICC, was taking refuge. Authorities seize live ammunition from the individual as investigations continue. China has renewed export licenses for hundreds of US beef supplies during talks between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping. The move signals a possible easing of trade tensions and a fresh push to revive agricultural trade between the world's two biggest economies. Huge crowds gathered in Tehran's Revolution Square to celebrate and send off Iran's national football team ahead of the 2026 World Cup, amid the ongoing tensions between the US and Iran. Talks between US President Donald Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping in Beijing have now concluded. Trump met Xi as China hosted a military reception for the US president at the Great Hall of the People. The two leaders shook hands after Trump arrived in a motorcade to the steps. Then Trump, alongside Xi, inspected military honor guards and received a 21-gun salute. Well, at the start of the meeting, Xi expressed happiness to receive Trump for the US leader's first trip to China since 2017. Listen to this.
have always believed that the shared interests between China and the United States outweigh our differences, that the success of each nation represents an opportunity for the other, and that a stable China-US relationship is a boon for the world. Cooperation benefits both sides, while confrontation harms both. We should be partners, not rivals, helping each other succeed and prosper together, thereby forging a new path for the proper way for major powers to interact in this new era.
Those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever, they can never remember anything like it. It's, I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before.
After the meeting, Trump visited the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Temple of Heaven. Constructed in the 15th century, it is a huge complex home to 92 ancient buildings with 600 rooms. Here, emperors of the King and Queen dynasties, they would offer sacrifice to heaven and prayed for bumper harvests. Trump was accompanied by Xi to the monument. And for more on this, we're now being joined by Dr. Saeed Imamian. He's an assistant professor at Tehran Polytechnic, founder and former director of the governance and policy think tank. We also have with us our correspondent Susan Tehrani, who's joining us live from New York. Susan, let me quickly come to you first. How is Washington characterizing, the tone of the bilat, and what are the key takeaways so far?
Well, we haven't gotten really a key takeaway from this bilateral meeting that just took place, about 2 hours and 15 minutes, 35 minutes more than the last meeting between the two leaders in South Korea. However, it does appear from Chinese media that we're hearing that President Xi told President Trump that they should tread cautiously when it comes to Taiwan, and Taiwan may be an area where ultimately the two sides may have conflicting views and even engage in some kind of conflict. And now we are hearing, of course, that reporters try to shout at President Trump some questions at the Temple of Heaven. They asked about Taiwan. After getting this news, President Trump replied by saying, quote unquote, China is beautiful. So the two leaders did not answer any questions, and we don't have a readout as of yet, but we can anticipate what will come out of it. As far as the United States is concerned, if they can get any kind of so-called deliverable on trade, that'll be a success. And for China, a more predictable United States and perhaps less restrictions on semiconductors and possibly some kind of discussion or agreement on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz would be beneficial for the two sides. But 2 hours, 15 minutes, one can imagine a lot was discussed. We'll get more details, I'm sure, shortly, if not from President Trump in a social media post.
Absolutely, Susan, and we'll keep coming back to you for more details on that. Now, Dr. Imamian, we understand that, the entire world is closely analyzing the pageantry, be it, something as small as the handshake to, of course, the statements that are coming out of Beijing. And while Iran was not formally a part of the summit, there is this understanding that the Iran war has been hanging over the conversations in quite a prominent way. How is Iran viewing this summit?
Actually, it would be, first of all, a bilateral talks. That is very important now because it has been said since the second round of the Trump administration that China is going to be understood or to be seen by American officials as the main rival or global enemy for the US. So you know that the weaponization of the economic instruments like tariffs have been mainly targeted against China. So such kind of the talks or bilateral visits are very important from that point of view. But with regards to the Iran, you know that Trump now is facing a very challenging stalemate to some extent. So he is looking for an escape way from such kind of the challenge that he is facing with. In the one side, Trump decision and Trump's involvement in the strike has been seen widely by Americans as the supporting of the mainly in support of the Israelis' interests rather than the American interests. And Trump has been accused of being hijacked by the Israelis and particularly by Benjamin Netanyahu's policy. At the same time, Trump is looking for a face-saving escape way from such a challenge. So Trump is looking for Chinese support for that because China-Iran relationship is very strategically seen from the point of view of the 25 years agreement that has been already signed between Iran and China. And you know that Iran and China has been cooperating to each other with regards to different issues, including the security of the energy supply from the Persian Gulf. What is happening now in the region?
Dr. Imamian, of course, just to take it a little...
to discuss.
Absolutely. Now, it's no secret that Trump is going to be leaning heavily on China to, of course, get Iran back to the negotiating table or agree to some sort of a concession or stabilizing force when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I just want to understand from you, how much leverage does China actually possess over Iran when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz and de-escalating tensions? And you can carry on with the point you were making in the previous, Dr. Imamian.
I think, first of all, we need to contextualize this situation, that China has been gradually very much involved in the politics or geopolitical balance in the region by the very important mediation that China made between Iran and Saudi Arabia in 2022. So there would be some more open door for China to come in and to have such kind of the mediatory role in the region. But at the same time, China understands that current challenge and current conflicts in the region has been very much driven by the U.S. unilateral unprovoked aggression against Iran. And China has been very publicly rejecting that kind of the war and aggression, not only this time, even in the last June, if you remember. So China knows that the current conflict is a kind of the struggle for U.S. for having a hegemony in the region. And if U.S. was successful in having such kind of the hegemony over the Persian Gulf, it would be a very important leverage for U.S. to pressurize on China with regards to having a very big role in the energy supply to China. So China is very much keen not to let U.S. to have such kind of a leverage. So first of all, China is going to support Iranian position, rejecting any war against Iran. Secondly, China is very much in support of protecting international law, that he thinks that such kind of the war is very much against any kind of the international law. And thirdly, China is very much concerned about not to let U.S. to have a kind of the hegemony over the supply, energy supply in the region. But at the same time, China has some concerns about the Strait of the Hormuz, and that I think such kind of the concern has been met by the previous visit of the Iranian foreign minister to Beijing last week. And we have had such kind of the agreement and discussion to meet China's concern that I think that it won't be any more issue anymore between Iran and China.
We hear you, Dr. Imamian. Now, addressing those concerns, of course, we understand that Beijing, has it's long benefited from this strategic relationship that it has over Tehran. But we also understand that China as well desperately needs the Strait of Hormuz to open up and the energy markets to stabilize. Now, having said that, at what point might China's, economic interests begin to outweigh its strategic alignment, according to you?
I think China, clearly understands the Iranian very simple policy, that the Strait of the Hormuz would be open either for everyone or for no one. So China is looking for a very stabilizing the situation in the region. That means Strait of the Hormuz would be open by Iranians very easily if the blockade is lifted, the war is ended in all fronts, and also there would be a kind of the security guarantee for Iran that the Strait of the Hormuz won't be used anymore for another round of the conflict or another round of the threatening Iranian national security by military building up around the Iranian groups. So a very simple understanding of the Iranian policy, and China, I think, strategically is aligned with Iranian concerns and is going to push US that if you are serious for escaping from the challenge that you are facing with right now, and you are going to end the conflict in the region, so you need to lift the blockade, that is a kind of the piracy by the word that Trump has used it, and also to ending the war permanently, and also to compensate damages that Iranian has been facing in last few rounds of the war, unprovoked and illegal war on Iran. So it would be very simple, clear understanding of Iranian policy that is very much aligned with the Chinese concern of securitizing the energy routes from Persian Gulf.
Right, of course. Thank you, Dr. Imamian, for getting us, your insights. Of course, we'll have to wait and see how the situation develops from here on. And to our correspondent, Susan Tehrani, who's been closely tracking all the developments for us. Thank you both.
All fantastic future together. Such respect.
The United Arab Emirates has denied reports that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu secretly visited the country and held talks with its president. The denial comes after Netanyahu's office claimed the Israeli leader traveled to the UAE at the height of the war with Iran. Now adding to the intrigue, Iran says it was in the know-how of the alleged visit. Netanyahu's office said on Wednesday that he made a secret trip to the UAE during the conflict, where he met President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. It described the meeting as a historic breakthrough in its ties between the two countries. The announcement came just a day after U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, revealed that Israel had deployed Iron Dome air defense systems along with personnel to operate them to the UAE during the war with Iran. The UAE pushed back within hours. In a statement, the Foreign Ministry said the United Arab Emirates denies reports circulating regarding an alleged visit by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the UAE or the presence of any Israeli military delegation in the country. According to a source familiar with the matter, Netanyahu and Sheikh Mohammed, they met in Al Ain. It's an oasis city near the Oman border on the March 26th. The source also claimed Mossad Chief David Barnea made at least 2 visits to the UAE during the conflict. Well, Iran, for its part, claimed that it was already aware of the visit. In a social media post, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said that Netanyahu had merely confirmed what Iran's intelligence services had long conveyed to the country's leadership. Araghchi also issued a warning to the UAE, saying those colluding with Israel to slow division will be held accountable. Iran has targeted the UAE more than any other country during the conflict, which erupted following a US-Israeli strike at the end of February. And despite a ceasefire taking effect last month, the UAE says it has continued to face missiles and drone attacks launched by Iran. The oil-rich Emirates remains one of Washington's closest allies in the region. It also formalized ties with Israel under the Abraham Accords, signed during President Donald Trump's first term in 2020. And Bangladesh is facing a contraceptive crisis, raising fears of a rise in unplanned pregnancies in one of the world's most populous countries. Now, for decades, Bangladesh was hailed for slashing birth rates through a vast state-run family planning network, with health workers going door-to-door providing contraceptives and counseling. Bangladesh's fertility rate recently began rising for the first time in years in what insiders describe as a stagnating family planning program. But the system is now under tremendous pressure, with government clinics across the country facing shortages of basic contraceptives due to supply and administrative failures. According to government figures for May, shortages of condoms, pills, IUDs and other contraceptives have been reported in around a third of districts. While stocks are fast depleting elsewhere, many government-run family planning centers in Bangladesh are under strain. Not just contraceptives, Bangladesh has also been reeling under an ongoing measles outbreak, made worse from failures in vaccination coverage. The health crisis has killed nearly 400 children since mid-March. Officials and researchers warn the crisis could reverse decades of progress. And as Maldives and India celebrate 60 years of diplomatic ties, both nations are pledging to fast-track development projects and deepen cooperation in trade, tourism and security. On her first official visit to New Delhi, Foreign Minister Erutisha Madam, she called relations with India long-standing and very close and hoped to sign the free trade agreement this year. In exclusive conversation with WION's Assistant Editor for Foreign Affairs, Siddhant Sibbul, Maldives Foreign Minister shared her vision for the future of Maldives-India relations. Let's listen in.
How do you characterize India-Maldives relationship?
I believe that we have a very long-standing relationships, very close bilateral relations, and it is the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations between our two countries. Maldives recognize this, and India being a partner has a lot of positives. India has also been the first responder when the Maldives needed assistance at times of COVID, providing the vaccine. And on the 3rd November, when we needed the assistance to support the Maldives. And there historically, several times when we need consular assistance, bilaterally when we needed support for our development projects, support for our budget in order to ensure that the people of Maldives survive and their expectations are met. Free trade agreement negotiations or consultations have already been convened in the Maldives. The Commerce Minister has agreed today at our meeting that he will extend an invitation to our Economic Minister, and we will try to sign the free trade agreement, inshallah, this year.
And fresh revelations have surfaced at the ongoing probe by the Central Bureau of Investigation into the May 3rd NEET exam paper leak. Well, the investigation has uncovered an organized network that funneled exam questions from Haryana to Rajasthan. The origins were traced to a student from Rajasthan, Sikar, pursuing his MBBS in Kerala. The student allegedly received the material from a friend and shared it with the hostel owner and others in his hometown. And according to IG Ajaypal Lamba of the Special Operations Group, the leak originated from a person in Gurugram before reaching the medical student. The documents were then shared as password-protected PDFs within a social media group named Private Mafia. The password-protected PDFs contained approximately 45 chemistry and 90 biology questions with answers that matched the actual examination paper held on May 3rd. As the material spread through multiple channels, including consultants and students, it reached candidates across Rajasthan, including Sikar, Alwar and Jaipur. Although the hostel owner initially shared the papers, he eventually tipped off the police. Following an intensive probe involving the questioning of over 150 individuals, the SOG confirmed that the paper had reached students before the exam commenced. These findings prompted the National Testing Agency to cancel the examination and hand the case over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. More than 24 suspects are currently in custody, while no coaching institutes have been directly linked to the exam yet. The CBI is now leading the investigation into the organized network behind the leak. These revelations follow the cancellation of the exam on May 12th. The decision was made after a probe confirmed that the integrity of the May 3rd test was compromised by a pre-circulated guess paper that mirrored the actual questions. And with that, it's time for us to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. More news and updates will follow on the other side. You're watching WION World is One. Stay tuned.
this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Two superpowers, two dealmakers. Trump and Xi face to face. From trade wars to Tehran, tech wars to Taiwan. Live reports from the ground. Expert analysis from across the world.
So even over years in that delegation.
Who has the cards? On the high stakes, high risk meet. Trump-Xi meeting. Special coverage. Only on WION. Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Vielleicht nur als Impostant.
Thanks for staying with us. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Adya Juneja and this is Speed News. Let's start with all the stories making headlines today. In the high-stakes Trump-Xi meet, Chinese President Xi Jinping warned his US counterpart Donald Trump that the issue of Taiwan could push their two countries into conflict if mishandled. Xi called Taiwan the most important issue in China-US relations in his meeting with Trump, who is in Beijing for a summit with the Chinese leader, according to Xinhua. White House said the talks between US President Donald Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping lasted more than 2 hours, during which the leaders tackled thorny issues including Taiwan, self-ruled democratic island claimed by Beijing. And according to a readout published by the official Xinhua news agency, Xi told Trump that if Taiwan is handled well, US-China relations will enjoy overall stability. Xi Jinping told Trump that China and US should overcome Thucydides' trap and forge a new paradigm of relations as world has reached to a new crossroad, while Xi signaled concerns over escalating rivalry between the rising and established powers. A group of prominent CEOs attended a welcome ceremony for President Donald Trump at Beijing's Great Hall of the People. The delegation included Tesla CEO Elon Musk, Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang, Apple's Tim Cook, and executives from more than a dozen other major companies such as Boeing, BlackRock, and Visa. Russia launched a barrage of drones and missiles at Kiev that killed one and injured at least 16 others. Well, this comes as Kremlin demanded Ukraine to cede territories which is claimed by Russia, which, according to Moscow, would open a corridor towards peace talks. Vance dismisses White House run talk. Foreign ministers of BRICS nations are in New Delhi for the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. The two-day summit is currently underway at New Delhi's Bharat Mandapam. The expanded grouping is expected to discuss escalating tensions in West Asia and their impact on global energy security. Attending foreign ministers and heads of delegation will make a joint call with Prime Minister Narendra Modi at Seva Tirath later in the day. This will be followed by a formal dinner hosted by S. Jaishankar. A Chinese supertanker carrying 2 million barrels of Iraqi crude sailed through the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday. Well, this comes after it was stranded in the Gulf for more than 2 months due to the US-Iran war. Police said they detained a person in connection with gunfire the previous night inside the Philippine Senate, where a lawmaker wanted by the International Criminal Court took refuge. Well, the shooting did not result in any casualties and came as the one-time enforcer of ex-President Rodrigo Duterte's deadly drug crackdown sheltered at the legislature. It was not immediately clear how many suspects were involved in the shooting, with Philippine authorities saying investigation was still ongoing. The United States renewed an offer of $100 million in aid for Cuba. Well, speaking last week in Rome, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Cuba had rejected an offer of $100 million in assistance, an assertion denied by the Havana government. The State Department on Wednesday publicly renewed the proposal, which comes after the United States filed new sanctions against key parts of Cuba's state-controlled economy. Lebanon and Israel are to hold new peace talks in Washington. Well, this as their latest ceasefire, considered to still be in place despite hundreds of deaths in Israeli strikes, nears its end. Well, Lebanon's health ministry said that 22 people, including 8 children, were killed a day prior as Israel intensified its airstrikes. The two nations last meet on 23rd of April at the White House, where US President Donald Trump announced a 3-week of ceasefire extension and voiced optimism for a historic agreement. A top envoy for US President Donald Trump's Board of Peace says the ceasefire in Gaza is holding but remains far from perfect, with daily violations being reported. Nikolay Mladenov urged Hamas to disarm, accusing the group of tightening its grip on Gaza's population. Well, the ceasefire came into force on October 10th, just days after the second anniversary of Hamas's October 7th, 2023 attack on Israel. Yet Gaza remains engulfed in daily violence, with Israeli strikes continuing and both sides accusing each other of breaking the truce. US Army recovered the body of the second soldier who went missing during the African Line 2026 military exercises in Morocco after the pair disappeared near a cliff on the Atlantic coast. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum has rejected a CNN news report alleging that CIA operatives were directly involved in a targeted assassination outside Mexico City. Speaking at a press conference, Sheinbaum slammed the story as false and truly sensationalist. Mexico's top security official and the CIA also dismissed the CNN report as a fabrication. The CNN report comes a month after the death of two CIA operators as they returned from an anti-narcotics operation in Chihuahua, unleashing scandal in Mexico and diplomatic tension with the Trump administration. Fresh revelations have surfaced in the ongoing probe by the Central Bureau of Investigation into the massive NEET or NEET paper leak held on 3rd of May. The investigation has uncovered an organized network that funneled exam questions from Haryana to Rajasthan. While the origins were traced to a student from Rajasthan's Sikar, pursuing his MBBS in Kerala. The student allegedly received the material from a friend and shared it with the hostel owner and others in his hometown. According to IG Ajay Pal Lamba of the Special Operations Group, the leak originated with a person in Gurugram before reaching the medical student. The Karnataka government revoked a 2022 order that enforced uniforms and barred hijabs in schools and colleges. Well, in a statement, the state's Department of School Education and Literacy stated that it allows students to wear hijab, turban, sacred thread and rudraksh along with institutional uniform provided they do not interfere with discipline, safety or student identification. It also added that students cannot be compelled either to wear or remove religious or traditional symbols permitted under the order. Milk prices are set to go up as dairy brands like Amul and Mother Dairy have increased prices by 2 rupees across several variants. Well, the new prices are set to come in effect from today. In a statement, the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation (GCMMF), which markets milk and milk products under the Amul brand, stated that it has increased prices by 2 rupees per litre. A powerful storm triggering heavy rains and strong winds across multiple districts of Uttar Pradesh killed at least 52 people. The storm uprooted trees, damaged houses, disrupted traffic movement and affected electricity and communication networks in several areas. Authorities said that at least 16 people have been killed after a severe dust storm in Prayagraj. Torrential rains have triggered severe flooding in a district near Turkey's Black Sea coast, inundating homes and businesses and sweeping away cars. At least 12 people were hospitalized with minor injuries. The heavy rainfall late caused rivers in the Hafsa district of Samsun province to overflow, sending waters rushing down streets carrying vehicles and debris. Microsoft-owned LinkedIn is planning to lay off about 5% of its global workforce as part of a major internal restructuring, according to people familiar with the matter. The cuts come as the company reorganizes teams and shifts focus towards high-growth areas, even as its revenue continues to rise. LinkedIn has over 17,500 employees worldwide, and the affected divisions have not yet been disclosed. The company said the move is part of strategic realignment and not driven by AI replacing jobs. Spain's digital transformation minister Oscar Lopez has said that the country will move ahead with tougher rules for social media and AI despite strong lobbying from tech companies. He said the profit of 4 tech companies cannot come at the expense of millions of citizens' rights and warned against allowing a law of the jungle in digital spaces. Well, Spain is also pushing for stricter EU-wide regulations, including measures to curb harmful AI systems and force platforms to reveal how their algorithms work. Well, the move comes amid wider European efforts led by Ursula von der Leyen to tackle addictive social media design and protect children from risks like cyberbullying and harmful content. US House lawmakers have asked education software company Instructure to testify over repeated cyber attacks that exposed personal data of millions of students worldwide. The House Homeland Security Committee is investigating the breaches which reportedly allowed hackers to exploit vulnerabilities and steal sensitive information from school systems. Lawmakers are seeking details on how the company responded, what data was compromised, and its coordination with cybersecurity agency CISA. Instructure, which operates the Canvas education platform, recently confirmed it reached an agreement with hackers Shiny Hunters, who claim to have deleted stolen data and ended extortion attempts. A full-size humanoid robot stole the spotlight at an industry summit in Hong Kong, where it was seen dancing smoothly to music with human-like movements. But the robot, developed by Agibot, is designed for embodied AI applications and can interact naturally with people, almost like a companion. The demonstration highlighted advances in AI-powered robotics and drew attention to the growing use of humanoid machines in real-world environments beyond research labs. Anthropic has, for the first time, overtaken OpenAI in verified business customer usage, according to this month's AI index from the fintech firm Ramp. Well, the data, based on expense records from more than 50,000 companies, shows 34.4% of businesses are now paying for Anthropic services compared to 32.3% for OpenAI. Well, the report marks a major shift in enterprise AI adoption, with Anthropic gaining soft and strong traction in finance, tech, and professional services. OpenAI still leads in some broader segments, but its overall share has been last year. The US Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, and Elon Musk are set to appear before a federal judge to argue in favor of a $1.5 million settlement, which is linked to Musk's delayed disclosure of his Twitter stake purchase in 2022. The case stems from SEC allegations that Musk failed to timely report his 5% stake in Twitter, allowing him to save around $150 million before acquiring the platform for $44 billion. A Washington, D.C. judge will review whether the settlement is fair in the public interest and free from any collusion concerns. Musk has maintained the delay was accidental and has also suggested the case was politically motivated. Microsoft has placed its Israel operations under the management of Microsoft France, following the departure of its Israel country manager. Well, the company said the change is part of a broader reorganization strategy, while its operations and workforce in Israel will continue as normal. Microsoft has a major presence in Israel, with teams working in AI, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and research. Asian markets traded mixed in early trading as investors focused on the high-stakes Trump-Xi summit in Beijing and its potential impact on global trade and tech restrictions. Sentiment was supported by ongoing AI-driven strength, keeping major indices like Japan's Nikkei and Hong Kong's Hang Seng near record levels, while South Korea's Kospi stabilized after recent volatility. Gains were uneven as some profit-taking emerged in overheated tech names. China has renewed export licenses for over 400 US beef processing plants as President Trump and President Xi Jinping is meeting in Beijing. Well, the move restores eligibility for roughly 65% of previously registered US exporters, many of which had their approvals lapse over the past year. Those expirations had sharply reduced US beef shipments to China, cutting trade volumes and contributing to steep declines in export value. The renewal is seen as a diplomatic signal alongside broader US-China trade discussions at the summit, which agriculture is expected to be a key bargaining area. The step could help revive US beef access to China, though broader trade tensions and tariff structures remain in place. India has banned sugar exports until the end of September 2026 to protect domestic supply and control rising local prices. The move comes after weaker than expected sugar production for a second straight year, driven by lower cane yields and weather-related risks like erratic monsoons. The restriction applies to raw, white and refined sugar, though shipments already in the export pipeline may still be allowed under certain conditions. The decision is aimed at stabilizing domestic availability and inflation, but it is expected to tighten global supply and support international sugar prices. The Japanese Rugby Federation has fined and suspended men's head coach Eddie Jones for verbally abusing match officials. Well, the offence took place during an under-23 tour of Australia in April. The Japanese rugby body said that the 66-year-old has been suspended from his post for 6 weeks and banned from having any part in Japan's next 4 matches. A salary reduction has also been imposed on the Australian. Well, Jones has accepted the punishment and he was also apologized for his behavior. Six-time Grand Slam champion Iga Swiatek has stormed into the semi-finals of the Italian Open. Fourth seed Swiatek needed just 67 minutes to dispatch fifth seed Pegula in the quarter-final. Swiatek sealed a 6-1, 6-2 victory and will now face either second seed Elena Rybakina or Elena Svitolina for a place in the finale. Interestingly, Swiatek has not won a single clay court title since lifting her most recent Roland Garros crown in 2024. Manchester United chief executives will put forth Michael Carrick's name for the job of permanent manager of the club. Carrick has overseen a successful stint as caretaker manager since January this year. He is expected to be recommended to co-owner Jim Ratcliffe for the top job by the club's senior executives. Carrick's stature has grown at the club by securing qualification for next season's Champions League if Ratcliffe agrees. United will begin formal talks with Carrick about the permanent manager's role. Peter Jackson has officially immortalized his plays on the Croisette. The Lord of the Rings director took part in a handprint ceremony for the Chemin des Étoiles in front of the Palais des Festivals. At Cannes, Jackson was awarded an honorary Palme d'Or for his lifetime contribution to cinema. The award was presented by his longtime collaborator, Elijah Wood. Madonna is returning to the Tribeca Festival for the world premiere of Confessions 2. The film has been described as a continuous music-driven fever dream that covers the first 6 tracks of the new record. The premiere is set to take place on June 5th, while Madonna will appear at the event in person for the screening and Q&A session. The full album will release on July 3rd.
What is it exactly? What are you trying to do?
The Devil Wears Prada 2 has stuttered to a second consecutive week at #1 across the UK and Ireland, fending off competition from the musical biopic Michael. Following a massive $12.6 million opening weekend, the sequel has maintained incredible momentum. Its cumulative total in the region has already climbed to $28 million, officially outpacing the entire lifetime earnings of the 2006 original in the British Isles. Industry analysts credit the film's impeccable timing and the return of the original trio, Meryl Streep, Anne Hathaway and Emily Blunt, for its staying power. Well, globally, the sequel has already surpassed the $433 million mark. After dominating the global box office with a collection of $1.49 billion, James Cameron's Avatar, Fire and Ash is officially heading to home theatres. The film is scheduled to make its digital debut on June 24th. Avatar, Fire and Ash was one of the first billion-dollar blockbusters of 2026. Well, this year, Zoe Saldana, who played the role of Hunter Neytiri in the movie, became the highest-paid actor of 2026. The historic center of Mexico City was transformed into a live film set this week as legendary rock band U2 descended upon the capital to shoot the music video for their upcoming single Street of Dreams. This week, Bono, The Edge, Adam Clayton and a returning Larry Mullen Jr. was spotted performing atop a vintage school bus covered in vibrant graffiti. The artwork was commissioned from renowned Mexican artist Chavez Marmol, whose design featured symbolic imagery of chains and roses. Singer Elton John helped the Breast Cancer Research Foundation raise millions at its annual dinner in New York. Model Elizabeth Hurley hosted the foundation's hot pink party and walked the red carpet with her son Damien Hurley. Elton's performance was in tribute to his late friend and BCRF Honorary Chair Leonard A. Lauder. Celebrity guests included singer Ashtani, designer Vera Wang and actor Neil Patrick Harris. Well, that is it in this edition. News and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching WION World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
breaking
missiles
news.
And raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is One. Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime Crime is your front row seat to darkness. in-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
Hello and welcome back to WION World is One. I'm Kanishka Sarkar, and over the next half an hour, I'll take you through all the global news action. Let's get started with the top headlines. Chinese President Xi Jinping tells a delegation of US business executives during talks in Beijing that China would further open its economy to outside world, saying US companies would have brighter prospects as market access expands. US President Donald Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping visit Beijing's historic Temple of Heaven after concluding their high-stakes talks after arriving at World Heritage Site. Trump tells reporters China is beautiful. Chinese state media says Xi Jinping tells Donald Trump that mishandling the Taiwan issue could lead to conflict and severely damage China-US relations, calling it the most important issue between the two countries. Xi Jinping tells Trump that China and US should overcome Thucydides' trap and forge a new paradigm of relations as world has reached to a new crossroads, signaling concerns over escalating rivalry between the rising and established powers. Zelensky says Russia carried out major overnight attack on Ukraine, involving more than 670 drones and 56 missiles, resulting in at least one death and raising concerns that more people may be trapped under rubble. BRICS foreign ministers meeting opens in Delhi with Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar welcoming delegates at Bharat Mandapam. War in Iran and its related fuel crisis to dominate discussions in the two-day gathering. Philippine police detain a suspect linked to gunfire inside the Senate, where Senator Ronald de la Rosa, wanted by ICC, was taking refuge. Authorities seize live ammunition from the individual as investigations continue. The Indian rupee hit a record low of 95.85 against the US dollar, pressured by elevated oil prices and sustained foreign outflows. Persistent weekly declines underscore external vulnerability, making it the worst performing major Asian currency in 2026. Huge crowds gathered in Tehran's Revolutionary Square to celebrate and send off Iran's national football team ahead of the 2026 World Cup amid the ongoing tensions between US and Iran. Let's get to the top story today. Talks between US President Donald Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping in Beijing have concluded. According to China Central Television, the two leaders exchanged views on West Asia and Ukraine wars and also Korean Peninsula. Trump met Xi as China hosted a military reception for the US president at Great Hall of the People. The two leaders shook hands after Trump arrived in a motorcade to the steps. Trump, alongside Xi, inspected military honor guards and received a 21-gun salute. At the start of the meeting, Xi expressed happiness to receive Trump for the US leader's first trip to China since 2017.
Have always believed that the shared interests between China and the United States outweigh our differences, that the success of each nation represents an opportunity for the other, and that a stable China-US relationship is a boon for the world. Cooperation benefits both sides, while confrontation harms both. We should be partners, not rivals, helping each other succeed and prosper together, thereby forging a new path for the proper way for major powers to interact in this new era.
Those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever, they can never remember anything like it. It's, I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before.
After the meeting, Trump visited the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Temple of Heaven, constructed in the 15th century. It's a huge complex home to 92 ancient buildings with 600 rooms. Here, emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties would offer sacrifice to heaven and prayed for bumper harvest. Trump was accompanied by Xi to the monument. And for more on this, our correspondent Susan Tehrani has sent us this report from New York. Take a look.
President Trump's visit to Beijing is the first U.S. presidential trip to China in nearly a decade and comes at a tense moment in U.S.-China relations. President Xi and President Trump have now concluded their bilateral meeting in Beijing, and as we await for more details, the bigger takeaway may be that both sides appear focused on stabilizing a relationship that has become increasingly tense regarding trade, Taiwan, AI, and the Iran conflict. Publicly, the tone is very friendly as expected, with both leaders emphasizing on cooperation, economic ties, and whatnot. But underneath this diplomacy, the strategic rivalry is very much alive. China wants predictability from the United States, and it wants easing pressure on tariffs, while the Trump administration wants help on Iran trade access and a supply chain as well. The likely outcome of this summit may come down to a managed competition at the end of the day more than anything else. Susan Tehrani reporting from New York for WION World is One.
Now to discuss more on the meeting between Trump and Xi Jinping, we are now being joined by James D.J. Brown. He's a professor of political science at the Temple University, Japan, and political analyst as well. Professor Brown, thank you for joining me on the broadcast today. Firstly, let's talk about the statements that have come in from both the leaders. President Xi Jinping said that US and China should be partners and not rivals. Now, after those 2 hours of behind closed door meeting, is this détente a sign of a new era?
No, I don't think it is. I think that, of course, it would be nice if we were entering an era of greater cooperation. But what I see instead is a situation where the main challenges remain, and yet at the top, both leaders are really trying very hard in order to have a degree of stability, a degree of warmth at the top, in order to sort of paper over some of those very serious differences. Differences over trade, of course, differences over Taiwan. And it would be fascinating to see what was actually discussed during those 2 hours of talks. On the outside, however, we just have to wait a bit longer before some of that news begins to emerge.
Right, we'll wait out for the clarity, as far as the details are concerned. But, and also I'll come to you about Taiwan in just a bit, but there's also talk of a new board of trade for non-sensitive sectors. Do you believe, is this a genuine effort to decouple national security from the daily commerce, or, just a bureaucratic band-aid for a relationship that was fundamentally broken until this meeting?
And I think this is really important and very much a positive step if it can be agreed. Now, both sides recognise that there are some very serious areas of disagreement over strategically important goods. But the relationship is much broader than that. It's very deep, with a huge amount of trade going in non-sensitive areas. So if a board of trade can, in a sense, separate the two things, can have that for the non-sensitive goods, we can clear things out of the way, we can have a smooth trading relationship, and then we can just concentrate on the difficult areas. I think that would be very positive for both countries and indeed for the global economy.
Right. And Professor, you were earlier highlighting that there are serious differences on trade. Now, Trump has brought a very high-powered delegation, including Elon Musk and Jensen Huang, to Beijing. Now, is this a sign that US-China relations are being privatized now and shifting from that state-level structural reforms?
I see it as a strong indication of Trump's foreign policy, that he presents himself as a businessman. He wants to come away with business deals. He wants to have things which will grab the headlines. So in a way, what better way of doing that than bringing a very heavy-hitting delegation? Now, that's not necessarily to say that right now at this moment you're going to have major deals kind of announced, but it's a way of the Trump administration demonstrating to China that many in China like to present the United States as a power in decline with its best days behind it. But in bringing this huge delegation, Trump's saying, look, we've got an enormous amount of vibrancy. We've got important, powerful companies, and we're here for the future.
Right. And, you were mentioning Taiwan earlier. So Trump did indicate that he would discuss the Taiwan arms package with China. Now, by bringing this to the negotiating table, is he effectively using Taiwan as a bargaining chip for trade concessions? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I think that is included. That, again, it goes back to Trump's general approach. For him, almost everything is negotiable. And so if it means revisiting some long-held principles, perhaps compromising on some things to do with Taiwan, he would be willing to do that if he gets something for America and for him in return. Now, that could be on trade, that could be on Iran, such as assistance in bringing this conflict to an end. And as I say, if that involves concessions on Taiwan, for the people of Taiwan, the big concern is that Trump would be willing to do that.
Right. And, just one more thought on Taiwan. Now, Taiwan remains the world's leading chip maker, right? Now, if Trump does pivot towards bringing chip making home through deals with, say, NVIDIA or Tesla, because their leaders are in Beijing right now, does that make Taiwan less essential to the U.S. defense strategy in any way?
Well, yes and no. Yes, you're absolutely right that one of the reasons why Trump is not that supportive of Taiwan is because he doesn't like their dominance of the chip industry. And absolutely, he would like to see deals to bring more of that chip industry back to the United States. But I say no at the same time because Taiwan's position in chips is so strong. Its expertise is so substantial. You don't change that overnight. So even if there is a shift away from Taiwan, that would take many years, and Taiwan's position in that area would remain strong.
Right. All right. Thank you so much for joining me with all of those insights. We'll keep connecting with you as details emerge. Thank you. On that note, I'll let you go.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on to another important updates that coming in. Now, foreign ministers of BRICS nations are in New Delhi for the BRICS foreign ministers meeting. Now, this two-day summit is currently underway at New Delhi's Bharat Mandapam. The expanded grouping is expected to discuss escalating tensions in West Asia and their impact on global energy security. And later in the day, attending foreign ministers and heads of delegation will also make a joint call on Prime Minister Narendra Modi at Seva Tirth. This will be followed by a formal dinner that would be hosted by S. Jaishankar. A short while ago, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar welcomed the foreign ministers at Bharat Mandapam. The Indian Foreign Minister reaffirmed India's stand that dialogue and diplomacy are the only sustainable means of resolving conflicts. He also said that the conflict in West Asia merits particular attention, adding that the continuing tensions, risk to maritime traffic and disruptions to energy infrastructure highlight the fragility of the situation. The shadow of the war in West Asia will loom large over the meeting. The ceasefire between Iran and the US that also remains precarious with frequent acquisitions or violations in the Strait of Hormuz. The war of blockades in the critical waterway has triggered a global energy crisis, especially for India, which depends heavily on imports from the Gulf. Earlier, after arriving in New Delhi, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Qasem Garibabadi had said that Tehran hopes BRICS will reflect the use of military aggression against any of its members. He also said that he hoped the issue will reflect in the group's final statement.
And this issue show itself in the final statement from BRICS, that countries who are members of BRICS reject any use of military aggression against any members of BRICS, and emphasize the importance of national sovereignty and territorial integrity for members.
The Iranian delegation, led by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, arrived on a plane with Minab 168 written on it. The message is a symbolic of a US-Israeli airstrike on an Iranian elementary school which killed 168 people, most of them were children. Araghchi's visit is his first to India since the latest round of hostilities. And joining us now on the broadcast is our Assistant Editor, Foreign Affairs, Siddhant Sibal. Siddhant, now foreign ministers have arrived at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. Take us through the latest details that you're picking up about their meeting.
Well, the first session of the BRICS foreign ministers meeting, and perhaps the most important session, is over. In a short while from now, the BRICS foreign ministers will be calling on the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Earlier today, we saw the Indian External Affairs Minister making the both chair statement and the national statement. And in the national statement, he essentially pointed out to the urgent need for United Nations Security Council reforms and expressed his concerns over the situation in Gaza. But what was particularly significant was the mention of Hormuz and calling for unimpeded flow through the Hormuz. Now, this is something that is a cause of worry for many countries across the globe. In fact, because of the effective closure of Hormuz, we know that there is a massive escalation of fuel prices globally, and everyone is touched by it. The war inflation is now going into food inflation, leading to escalation of food prices globally. Here in India, we saw the milk prices being increased. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged citizens to focus on work from home and not buy gold. But clearly, because of the West Asia war, this issue particularly is dominated on various global forums, and BRICS is, of course, no different to it.
Right. And Siddhant, as you were mentioning, any particular word that you're hearing from your sources probably at this point in time on how India is emerging in this discussion, especially given how dependent India is on the Gulf for its oil needs?
Well, India as a chair is being impartial. Yesterday, the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister lauded India for its impartiality. The big focus, of course, is a joint statement. Remember that BRICS hadn't been able to come out with a joint statement on West Asia conflict so far, and this is primarily because two countries, that's Iran and UAE, both BRICS members, are at loggerheads. Yesterday, the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister here in Delhi at a press conference, without naming UAE's name, said that an Arab country, a neighbor of Iran, is wanting to condemn Iran in the joint statement. Of course, that is something that he said will not happen. But clearly, the consensus is something that is being focused on. But also the West Asia war, the failure of BRICS not to produce a joint statement in next 12 hours will be significant negative message from the grouping, because this grouping is being seen by the Global South as a key grouping of the Global South. And if there is no consensus here, then the question is where consensus can be formed.
Right. Thank you so much, Siddhant, for joining us on the broadcast and taking us through all of the latest updates. We'll keep connecting for more. And well, yes, that's the big key takeaway, that the joint statement by BRICS, that's going to be a key watch point. But now, moving on to more updates from around the world. Well, and now time for a story on the health front. Now, for years, we have called it polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS. But not anymore. One of the world's most common women's health disorders now has a new name. The condition has been officially renamed polyendocrine metabolic ovarian syndrome, or PMOS. The renaming of the disorder comes following a global consensus led by international endocrine and reproductive health experts and published in The Lancet. A paper in The Lancet argues that the term PCOS is inaccurate as it refers to cysts in the ovary, and if diagnosis is based on this, it contributes to delays in treatment and stigma. According to experts, PMOS highlights that ovaries are part of the problem, but not where the problem starts. The earlier terminology put focus on ovaries and ovarian cysts. It ignored the role of hormonal and metabolic issues that contributed to the problem in the first place. But now, the revised name offers more clarity on how the condition needs to be treated and looked into. The new name of the condition is not only foundational to understanding it with depth, in the longer run, it will also eventually help improve quality of life and give patients the kind of care that they deserve. Moreover, what makes this effort especially powerful is that it is expected to usher in a new era of awareness, research and improved outcomes for millions of patients around the world. On to a breaking news coming in from India, where the Congress party has finally declared V.D. Sathyasan as the next Chief Minister of Kerala. This ends days of suspense and speculation over the matter. The decision was announced at a press conference by AICC in charge of Kerala, Deepa Dasmunshi, and the party's central observers for the state. The three main contenders for the post of Chief Minister were Sathyasan, K.C. Venugopal and Ramesh Chennithala. The announcement came a day after former Congress chief Rahul Gandhi met Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge for about 40 minutes, after which the Congress stated that all deliberations and discussions by the High Command are complete. A decision on the next Kerala Chief Minister had been pending since May 4th, when the Congress-led UDF bagged 102 seats out of 140, which is more than a two-thirds majority. All right, so that's the latest update coming in from Kerala. But now over in football, Iranians gathered in Tehran to bid farewell to their national football team ahead of their departure for the World Cup amid ongoing tensions between the US and Iran. The players dressed in red and black tracksuits. They were presented at a stage in the central Tehran square. Coach Amir Gelanoi, the president of Iran's Football Federation Mehdi Taj, were also present. Supporters were seen waving Iranian flags. They also held pictures of Iran's new leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and also late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. The team is scheduled to head to Turkey next week for a training camp before flying to the United States. The country is in a fragile ceasefire with the United States after the US and Israel sparked a war on Iran on February 28th. Iran had requested FIFA to change their group stage match locations from the US to Mexico, but the governing body of World Football, FIFA, denied it. Iran's team is drawn with Belgium, New Zealand and Egypt in Group G. They will open the World Cup against New Zealand in Inglewood next to Los Angeles.
Today we wish farewell to the national team, to see off the national team. It's for them to come onto the streets with the people, next to the people, these people who have been present on the streets for almost 70 days. This is a fight, an act of honor. The national team is also here to be with people.
Earlier this week, Iran's Football Federation chief Mehdi Taj reiterated that the team will only travel to the World Cup in the US provided its 10 conditions are met. According to Taj, one of the Federation's key demands is the unrestricted issuance of visas for all Iranian delegation members. Remember, Taj was part of the delegation that was sent back home from Canada. The delegation was in Canada last week for the annual FIFA Congress in Vancouver. However, Iran did not attend the meet. It's not just the chief of Football Federation. The team captain and the country's most high-profile player also has links to the IRGC. Mehdi Taremi had completed his mandatory military services in the Guard. Now, in Iran, conscripts also can be assigned to the police or the army, often at random.
The US has repeatedly said that it will not grant visas to any members who have links with the IRGC. That's all the time that we have in this bulletin. I'm Kanishka Sarkar. Thank you for watching. But stay tuned. More updates will follow on the other side.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One. From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
breaking
missiles
news.
And raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is One.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Thanks for staying with us. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Adya Juneja and this is Climate Tracker. Before we start the show, let's take a look at some of the top climate stories making headlines today. least 89 people have died across Uttar Pradesh after powerful storms, heavy rain, hail and lightning battered multiple districts. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has ordered urgent relief and compensation. Dramatic visuals from Jhansi district showed a man being blown away by a strong wind. A 50-year-old man was lifted into the air along with part of the structure he was holding. He was carried some distance by the force of the wind and thrown into a nearby field. Severe weather swept across the state on Wednesday, causing widespread destruction. The toll includes fatalities from collapsing walls, uprooted trees and lightning strikes, with 53 people injured, 114 livestock lost and 87 houses damaged. In several areas, strong winds uprooted trees and electricity poles, while damaged mobile networks disrupted rescue and relief operations. Local officials said multiple victims died after taking shelter in unsafe structures that collapsed during the storm, while others were struck by falling trees or debris. Taking stock of the situation, CM Yogi Adityanath directed district authorities to complete relief work within 24 hours and ensure immediate financial assistance to affected families. He warned that negligence in relief operations would not be tolerated. The state government has asked officials to remain on alert, with departments ordered to assess damage to crops, homes and infrastructure. The Relief Commissioner's office said it is monitoring the situation closely and funds are being released to districts for compensation and emergency responses. Torrential rain has triggered flooding in Hafsa after rivers overflowed and water surged through streets near Turkey's Black Sea coast. Authorities said the sudden downpour caused rivers in the district to burst their banks, sending fast-moving water through residential and commercial areas.
There has been no human loss. There is some damage to people's shops, damage to vehicles, and some of our homes have been affected. God willing, we will assess the full extent of the damage this evening. The government will compensate for the damage as soon as possible.
Floodwaters submerged ground floors and basements while vehicles were swept away along with debris. At least 12 people were hospitalized with minor injuries, and officials said none were in serious conditions. As emergency teams assisted others, some residents reached hospitals on their own. Firefighters, police and disaster response units carried out rescue operations and worked to clear flooded streets. Well, that was what we had in Climate Tracker today, but let's move on to other stories we are tracking for you. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum has rejected a CNN news report alleging that CIA operatives were directly involved in a targeted assassination outside Mexico City. While speaking at a press conference, Sheinbaum slammed the story as false and truly sensationalist. Mexico's top security official and the CIA also dismissed the CNN report as a fabrication.
CNN, supuestamente un medio reconocido internacionalmente,
CNN, which is supposedly an internationally respected media outlet, published a truly sensationalist report. And what was its aim? To say, just imagine, that CIA agents are operating on national territory, even to kill someone. Just imagine how big a fabricated lie a story like that is. It even surprised me, because even the CIA spokesperson came out and said it was false.
Imagínense el tamaño de la construcción mentirosa.
The report, which published earlier this week, cited multiple sources who said the March 28 explosion of a car carrying a mid-level operative with the Sinaloa cartel was a car bomb planted in a secretive CIA operation. The report claimed that the CIA has ramped up its covert operations in Mexico through the agency's elite ground branch unit. The CNN report comes a month after the death of 2 CIA operators as they returned from an anti-narcotics operation in Chihuahua, unleashing scandal in Mexico and diplomatic tensions with the Trump administration. Xi Jinping slammed CNN for working at the behest of groups in the US and Mexico who want to damage Mexico-US ties.
¿Cuál es el interés? Yo ayer dije, y lo he estado diciendo.
So what interest does CNN have? What is the interest? Yesterday I said, and I have been saying, that there are groups in the United States and groups in Mexico that want there to be a bad relationship between the US government and the Mexican government. That is what they are betting on. Why? To damage the Mexican government and the Mexican people?
The presence of US personnel in anti-cartel operations is a deeply sensitive matter in Mexico. Xi Jinping has long maintained that she welcomes intelligence sharing and security cooperation but will not accept US agents participating in operations on Mexican territory. While US President Donald Trump has repeatedly called for greater use of US military force to combat Mexican cartels. Fighting in the Russia-Ukraine war shows no signs of letting up. Russia has unleashed its first major attack since a brief US-brokered ceasefire between Moscow and Kiev. Ukrainian President Zelensky says the daytime barrage involved 800 drones and killed at least 6 people. Amid the non-stop combat, war-ravaged Ukraine is grappling with a critical shortage of blue-collar workers, piling even more pressure on its battered economy. Our next report has more details. Take a look.
Russia is intensifying its assault on Ukraine with each passing day. Ukraine is also continuously launching deep drone strikes. A brief 3-day ceasefire around Russia's Victory Day. Celebrations brought only a short pause before the shelling started again. Now, as the war enters its 4th year, the front lines keep shifting and Russia keeps inching forward. Behind the battlefield, Ukraine's industrial heart is struggling to keep beating. Ukraine's factories run half-empty. Machines are idle without welders, machinists, drivers. It is an economy trying to function in the shadow of war. The country's labor market is under extreme pressure, not because there is no work, but because there are not enough people left to do it. Since its war began with Russia began, mobilization has drawn hundreds of thousands of men into the military. Millions more have left the country as refugees. And now, inside the country, businesses are left struggling to fill the gaps.
Well, the reasons are well known. Some people have gone abroad, and some are now defending our country. We currently have 100 employees serving in the armed forces of Ukraine.
But the pressure on the labor market goes beyond the war alone. Even before the war started, Ukraine was already dealing with a declining population and a mismatch between what schools produced and what businesses needed. There are job seekers, but not the right ones. And there are jobs, but not enough people with the skills to fill them.
There are times when the specialists we need simply don't exist in sufficient numbers. Consequently, we're working on the other side of the coin, either building that expertise in-house or collaborating with other expert firms in the market, so that by bringing in several different specialists, they can work with the tech stack we need within a single department.
At the same time, Ukraine is experiencing a paradox. High unemployment on paper, but severe labor shortages in reality. Ukraine today stands in a difficult contradiction, an economy that needs workers urgently, but a nation where war has taken them away. Bureau report, WION World is one.
Moving on now, Israel might be heading to early elections. Israel's ruling coalition has submitted a proposal to dissolve parliament to pave the way for early elections. Well, the move initiated by Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party came as the prime minister appears to be facing a possible collapse of his fractious coalition. According to Israeli media reports, the bill could be put to a vote next week, and it is widely expected to pass. The bill did not specify an election date, but if lawmakers vote to dissolve the Knesset, elections must be held after 90 days and within 5 months, which would mean the election could happen from 3rd week of August to late October. The election is currently scheduled for October 27th. Netanyahu has come under mounting attack from ultra-Orthodox parties. They accuse Netanyahu of failing to deliver on his promise to pass a legislation that would permanently exempt young men from their community from compulsory military services. Sensing an opportunity amid the turmoil, several opposition parties announced that they intended to introduce their own bill to dissolve the Knesset. But Likud's announcement appears to have preempted the move, allowing Netanyahu to seize control of the electoral timetable. Israel's main opposition leader, Yair Lapid, was swift to respond. Lapid wrote on X, "We are ready together," referring to his new alliance with former President Naftali Bennett. Last month, Lapid and Bennett announced they would fight the upcoming election on a joint list. Netanyahu has governed Israel longer than any other prime minister, more than 18 years in total since 1996. He is again seeking another term despite facing a long-running corruption trial. A political poll by Israel's public broadcaster Kan published on Tuesday put Likud in first place in voting intentions. With a narrow lead over the opposition alliance, well, according to the poll, Likud would win 26 seats out of 120 in the Knesset, down from 32 in the outgoing parliament, while Beyahat coalition would secure 25. However, neither bloc appears capable of forming a government, given the fragmented electorate. Inside number 10 Downing Street, politicians rise, fight, collapse and disappear. But one resident keeps watching it all unfold from the same doorstep. And now, as pressure mounts on Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Larry the cat once again finds himself at the centre of Westminster's latest power storm. Our next report brings you the latest from the political potboiler at UKPM's residence number 10 Downing Street. Take a look.
The black door swings open. Cameras flash. Ministers rush in and out carrying folders, rumours and political survival plans. And sitting calmly nearby is Larry the cat. As Westminster spirals into another round of leadership speculation, Britain's most famous feline has once again gone viral. While prime ministers come and go, one Downing Street survivor remains firmly in office, Larry the cat. The timing could not have been sharper. Pressure is steadily building around Keir Starmer after difficult polling mandates, internal Labour tension and growing speculation over his long-term political future. Inside Westminster, conversations about succession are no longer whispered quietly.
This government doesn't have confidence. And let me just say this. There is a process to challenge the leader. No one has made that challenge. And what people would expect me to do is to focus on how we can grow the economy.
This is pretty bad for Keir Starmer. It begins to have the feel of exactly how Boris Johnson came unstuck, i.e. a growing number of ministers resigning. And eventually the question is, how far does that create a position when it's impossible to keep a government together?
One name dominating these conversations is Wes Streeting. The health secretary is increasingly being viewed by Labour insiders as a possible successor. This comes as Starmer faces growing pressure to step down.
I think he's competent.
but I don't think he has a lot of backbone. That's his basic problem. He should actually be more aggressive towards the backbenchers in the Labour Party who've been frustrating his policies like reducing social security spending.
I think he's just being blamed for everything because easy, isn't it? He's an easy target. I don't think he has the personality to carry off being a Prime Minister, and so they're making him pay for it.
Amid leadership turmoil in Britain, Larry has served 6 Prime Ministers. David Cameron from 2010 to 2016. Theresa May from 2016 to 2019. Boris Johnson from 2019 to 2022. Liz Truss, whose premiership lasted just weeks in 2022. Rishi Sunak from 2022 to 2024. And now Keir Starmer. In British politics, governments rise and fall quickly, but the cat always remains. Bureau Report, WION World is One.
In less than a month's time, football's biggest tournament, the FIFA World Cup, will kick off. And the 3 host nations, the United States, Canada and Mexico, are putting the final touches in place before fans from across the globe arrive to watch the world's best footballers and support their teams. 16 host cities across the 3 countries will stage this year's expanded World Cup, which will feature 104 matches. It will be the first FIFA World Cup with 48 teams and also the first edition to be hosted by 3 countries. From iconic venues, one in Mexico City, to state-of-art arenas like Sophie Stadium in Los Angeles, where the 2026 World Cup promises a unique blend of history, technology and football culture.
Well, preparations are going actually extremely well. The excitement is really building. We have been waiting for this and for the kickoff very soon for some years. So it's time that it starts. We are working on the opening ceremonies where we'll celebrate, of course, football, but we celebrate as well music. We have some incredible artists who will perform in.
The FIFA World Cup has never been just about football. It is one of the biggest sporting festivals on the planet, drawing millions of fans from around the world and providing a huge boost to local economies. The San Francisco Bay Area, which will host 6 matches, expects around 260,000 visitors during the tournament.
So all 16 host cities are working tirelessly to make sure that for the fans, everything is in place. There are FIFA fan festivals and public viewings in the 16 host cities, but all over actually the 3 countries. Every mayor, every governor, every leader in these countries is engaged and engaging to make sure that everyone has an unforgettable experience.
In Canada, Toronto's Nathan Phillips Square has become one of the first landmarks to receive a World Cup makeover, with tournament signage, banners and decorations transforming the city's most famous public square.
We are here and seeing all the fantastic new signage and dressing that's here at Nathan Phillips Square. You will be seeing more of this across the city. This is part of our dressing and pageantry plan for the city. There'll be more banners, more signs, whether they be pageantry or wayfinding to support fan experience. You will be seeing more of this across our city as we get prepared to welcome the world to Toronto.
Moving on to some entertainment stories now. 4 people were thrown out of the first Eurovision Song Contest semi-final, which saw attempts to disrupt Israel's performance. A 28-year-old Israeli singer, Noam Beton, began his performance of Michelle during the live show. A few protesters were heard shouting, "Stop, stop the genocide," and "Free, free Palestine." Reacting to the events in a joint statement, Austrian host broadcaster and the European Broadcasting Union said, and I quote them here, "One audience member close to a microphone loudly expressed their views as the Israeli artist began his performance, and during the song, which was heard on the live broadcast. They were later removed by security for continuing to disrupt the audience. 3 other people were also removed from the arena by security for disruptive behavior," unquote.
I heard, first of all, in the beginning, a lot of booing, and it's fine. It's part of the thing, and a few seconds passed, and I got a huge wave of unforgettable love and support, and it really carried me on stage. And I looked, for the Israeli flags, from my homeland, and it gave me a lot of strength, and I really enjoyed the performance. Like that was one of the most fun performance that I did, I think, in the last 3 years. Like it was an amazing experience, and I'm full of excitement for the finals.
At the competition, Israel was among the 10 entries that received enough points from national juries and a public vote. Noam song Michelle is now among the favorites to win alongside Finland, Greece and Denmark. This year's 70th edition of Eurovision is facing its biggest ever political boycott. The contest, which has traditionally been about celebration of pop music, has been mired in controversies ever since the Hamas-led attack of October 7th, 2023. The public broadcasters of 5 countries, Spain, the Netherlands, Ireland, Iceland and Slovenia, have boycotted this year's event, making it the smallest since 2003 with 35 entries. Well, that is it in this edition. News and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching WION World is One.
Two superpowers, two dealmakers. Trump and Xi face to face. From trade wars to Tehran, tech wars to Taiwan. Live reports from the ground. Expert analysis from across the world.
So even over in that delegation.
Who has the cards? On the high stakes, high risk meet. Trump-Xi meeting. Special coverage. Only on WION.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Welcome back. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We have all the top stories lined up over the next half an hour. First up, as always, the headlines. Congress names V.D. Satheesan as the next Chief Minister of Kerala, ending 10 days of suspense. Following the United Democratic Front's election victory, Party High Command chooses Satheesan over K.C. Venugopal and Ramesh Chennithala. Taiwan's foreign ministry warns that China is sole risk to regional peace and stability, cites military harassment and grey zone activities after Xi Jinping tells Trump that Taiwan issue could lead to conflict if mishandled. Chinese President Xi Jinping tells a delegation of US business executives during talks in Beijing that China would further open its economy to outside world, says US companies will have brighter prospects as market access expands. UK Maritime Agency says a ship off the UAE coast near Strait of Hormuz seized by unknown individuals and is reportedly heading towards Iranian waters. Vessel was taken while at anchor 38 nautical miles northeast of Fujairah. Zelensky says Russia carried out a major overnight attack on Ukraine involving more than 670 drones and 56 missiles, resulting in at least one death and raising concerns that more people may be trapped under rubble. Ukraine's anti-corruption court orders the arrest of Andriy Yermak, a close ally of President Zelensky and former head of administration on money laundering charges. The court also sets his bail at $3.19 million. US jury convicts Lu Jianwong for running a secret Chinese police station in New York to monitor US-based dissidents. He faces up to 30 years for acting as an illegal agent or